Where you at these days, Nate? You're at Woodland, you know?
Hello, everyone joining us on Zoom and watching the live stream on YouTube. Just letting you know that task force members are arriving, and we will be getting started any minute. Thanks for your patience.
I don't have to leave it.
Hello, everyone joining us. Task force members are just arriving and getting seated. Thanks for your patience this morning. We're going to begin in just a moment. I believe we have quorum. So give us one moment to get settled and we will get started. Welcome, Irene on Zoom. Irene, would you mind unmuting and just giving a quick test for us? If you could say something.
Yes. Hi, good morning.
We hear you. Good morning, thank you. Do you hear us all right?
I do. I hear you very well. Thank you, Camille.
Thank you, Irene. Great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. We have quorum in the room. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing a few housekeeping items. Our chair, Nelson Hawkins, should be arriving any moment, was stuck in a bit of traffic this morning. So I'll wait for Nelson to officially call the meeting to order, but in the meantime, I can share some specifics for those of us in the room. Bathrooms are located just right out these doors to the left. There's a restroom key, works on both men's and women's in the little basket there by that door. There is Wi-Fi in this room. It's TCE guest, and there is no password. So that should be working fine for you all. Just some general framing comments. So everyone is aware, this is a meeting of the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force. It is open to the public. We do have translation with us, in the interpretation with us in the room today. I'll be giving those details in just a moment. Let me go ahead and introduce the staff who are here supporting today. My name is Camille Frazier. I'm with the California Strategic Growth Council. Also from the Strategic Growth Council, we have Tessa Salzman, Sean Kennedy, Caleb Swanson, and we're lucky today to have extra help from Alex Schweitzer-Kroll and Mel Moy. They'll be helping us out today. Unfortunately, Megan Wiley, our fantastic facilitator in every meeting prior, was unable to join us today due to a death in the family. So we wish her the best, sending her our thoughts. And we do have a card that we'll pass around the room if any task force member would wish to send a note. So thinking of Megan today. And thank you all for your patience with me as I step into this facilitator role for the first time. So thank you all. And I have, of course, a lot of help from colleagues and from you, our task force members. One quick moment, I have just a question. So just noting that as we're waiting for Chair Nelson Hawkins to arrive to call the meeting to order, it might just be another moment. So everyone, feel free to start reviewing the meeting materials. And then once we officially call the meeting to order, then I will be able to commence our other work. So for members of the public, the meeting materials are available online on the Strategic Growth Council's website. If you go to the meetings page, you'll see the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force there, and you'll see today's meeting, December 11th. And there you can access the meeting materials. And we also have reference copies available in the room. So I'll let task force members maybe just take a moment, review some of those materials. I can share that the plan for today is that we will first begin by working through the language to review, which will determine outcomes and decisions that you all will make about the final material in your final report. So that might be a helpful place to begin. And thanks everyone for your patience as we wait to officially call the meeting to order.
Okay.
This is nice, you know, it's like reading the back of the book.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Crystal, huh? Crystal Whitewa?
Oh my God, we met so many people, yes. You talking about at the ECNR thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. She's the associate director that I hired,
Oh, yeah. And there's Ori too, like that whole team.
Ori and Carrie, yeah.
They all came from USAID, or?
Just Ori and Carrie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Crystal came from Center for Eco Literacy.
I think we're gonna just start writing CNR and UC up in the program. Because like, it just makes a ton of sense. If we wanna do anything together, we have to fund it, and so it's like, I mean, we don't have to, but like, and it just strengthens everything because it adds this like institutional research component that makes everything stronger. And just like anecdotally, like there's so many applications of like graduate level research that could be influential and like random things, but then there's also like structural research as well. It's just like, you know, like Open Chain are working on, they're trying to get food in prisons, and they're working with prisons that they're getting, I mean, they're going literally from the border of Oregon to the border of San Diego, like, and, but it's the allotment, like the Cal has stipulations about how much prison food they want coming locally or whatever, but the wardens don't really care about the inmates at all, so what it turns into is like one meal a month of local food. That's all they get. And but they said that the reaction from inmates is like so positive, would just like to get like or like watermelon or something that they like don't ever get regularly. It's horrible, but Shannon, somebody.
Hello, everyone. As we're waiting for Chair Hawkins to, I believe, join us by Zoom to call the meeting to order, it's just a few minutes away. So as we're doing that, I'm actually going to walk us through a few more housekeeping notes. about participation guidelines. And first, let's go ahead and begin with language interpretation. So we do have simultaneous interpretation in Spanish available today. I will give the moment to the interpreters to share details on how to access that interpretation. And if I can ask that anyone who is joining us on Zoom, if you are in need of interpretation, if you could please raise your hand or put a quick note into the Q&A, that would help the interpreters to know whether there is anyone who needs that service. I'll give a brief moment. Yeah, all right. Okay, so a quick note on public comment, just so everyone's aware. Tessa, if you could please go to the public comment slide. Thank you very much. We will say this a few times today, so if any members of the public join us throughout this meeting, as was stated, is a public meeting. It is open to the public. You are able to make public comment during designated public comment periods, either in person or online via Zoom. So if you're interested in making public comment during public comment period, please complete a form at sgc.ca.gov/meetings-events. Complete a separate form for any agenda item you would like to speak on. And then in the room, when we get to that period, you can raise your hand on Zoom and we will unmute you when it is your turn to speak. Please keep your comments to about 2 minutes so that we can make sure everyone who would like to speak has the opportunity. If you would go back, actually one slide, Tessa. Thank you. So Zoom tips. For everyone joining us online, all participants are muted upon entry, and then during the public comment period, if you do wish to make comment, you'll be unmuted when it is your turn, and please remember to mute after speaking. And so please use your raise hand feature during those public comment periods so we know to unmute you. Also, please use the raise hand feature if you are in need of interpretation services, and we can make sure that you are set up in the Spanish language channel. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and share participation guidelines. I believe Chair Hawkins will be here any moment. Oh, Chair Hawkins, you are online. Welcome. So glad to have you. Whenever you're ready, if you wouldn't mind unmuting and calling the meeting to order.
I would be glad to. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
All right. Greetings, everybody. Welcome to the final meeting of the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force. Can y'all believe it? The final meeting. I remember thinking back, reflecting back on this date when we started, and it seemed so far away. And here we are at the finish line. And I'm grateful to be a part of such a thoughtful and powerful group. Looking back, we have accomplished a lot, and I know we got more to polish up today, and I'm excited to get past the finish line together. Through all the subcommittee meetings, all the meetings, all of the site visits, right? All of the community engagements, all of the conferences. We have done quite a bit. I know, we could probably go another 2 years to really get to the meat of this, but we have accomplished quite a bit, and I look forward to submitting this report. I extend my gratitude to all the task force members and staff that are in attendance today, our advisory committee members, our members of our interagency review, all of the farmers, ranchers, land stewards, caretakers of the earth throughout the state of California, and the members of the public who have engaged with us up to now, especially those who are participating here today or online. Our collective vision of land equity extends beyond our political boundaries and affiliations. It is a call to action for moral and spiritual accountability, and I look forward to materializing this vision as we cross the finish line together today. And with that, I call this meeting to order and pass the mic back to Camille to offer a land acknowledgement for the original caretakers of this land, consistent with the values of this task force. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Nelson, for those wonderful words to kick us off. So I will quickly share a land acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge that California Native American tribes and tribal communities are the original stewards of the lands and waters of what we now call California. We thank you for that stewardship and will continue to work to recognize that past and raise tribal voices and knowledge through our work. Thank you all for being here today and for the stewards of this land. So to begin, I want to make sure it's clear. I'll read the statement that we use to begin every meeting of the task force. Established in the California Budget Act of 2022, this is a 13-member agricultural land equity task force that is an independent body directed to submit a report by January 1st, 2026 to the Legislature and Governor that includes a set of policy recommendations on how to address the agricultural land equity crisis. Task force members are working and getting close to finalizing this report of recommendations by the deadline. The report of recommendations is being developed following 2 years of meetings, site visits, guest speakers, presentations, and community engagement sessions across California. What Nelson was referring to in his opening remarks. So we have gone through quite a few slides already. Let me catch myself up here. One moment. Just a quick reminder of our participation guidelines that have been in place since your very first meeting in October of 2023. A reminder that we are all here to share, listen, and learn, as you all have over the past more than 2 years. That really our goal together is to respect our diverse perspectives, to be respectful and courteous when we are speaking with one another, relating to one another, to avoid judgments and editorials, rather to speak from your own perspectives, listen and respect others. And lastly, to stay on point. I know you were all very excited to be here today, to be finishing up the work that you started over 2 years ago. So making sure we can complete that work today and get this report ready for submission. These participation guidelines, of course, are well known to our task force members, but they are also what we ask of the public. So I will make sure that we continue to follow these guidelines throughout this meeting. Next slide, please. Thank you. So before we get to roll call, just a couple quick things. I want to quickly review our agenda. So we're going to begin after roll call, as we always do, with an approval of the meeting summary from just last month, November 13th in Berkeley. We'll have a brief staff report. Then we'll get into the working session where we will be reviewing that document that you all have in front of you and reviewed before coming to this meeting, the language for review. After lunch, we will have an action where you will decide whether to approve this report for submission, followed by a brief conversation with next steps, and then at the very end of the meeting, we'll have general public comment. There will also be an opportunity for public comment at the end of each of these agenda items. One quick note that I will say again later today when we get closer to lunch, but we will have an AV team who's coming in to get some sort of B-roll footage to capture you all working as part of the multimedia toolkit that the comms team is helping to produce for you all in your work after you complete your report and making sure that you bring this back to your communities. So they will be arriving about 11:30. We will have a reflection booth, is what we're calling it, basically a camera and a green screen for any task force member or member of the public who would like to share some comments that could then be incorporated into that video about the task force's work. What I'd like to say right now is if there is any task force member who does not want to be featured in any part of that B-roll footage or that sort of footage of the action or something, let us know, raise your hand, and we'll just actually put a little red dot on your name tag. So that way we can make sure that if you don't give permission, you will not be featured in that video. So you can either do that now or just think about it. Like I said, they'll be coming in at 11:30, so you have a little time to think about that and then just flag and we can make sure that you can add that. There are currently no public members in the room, but just so everyone's awareness, public members will not be featured. Members of the public, I should say, would not be featured in that video. Okay, I think we are ready for roll call. So let's begin with Chair Nelson Hawkins.
I am here.
Thank you. I'll go around the room. Member Chi Zhu. Member Leah Schwartzman. Member Ruth Dahlquist Willard.
Here.
We might need to, I'm sorry, mics might need to be passed around. We had here so far. Wait, Chi is here, Leah is here, Ruth is here. Thank you all for.
What would you like us to pick up the mics?
Test, can you hear me? Does that come up on the mic? No?
I think it's probably okay.
Test?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it
I
is.
think you're loud enough. Okay, Member James Nakahara.
Here? Present? Yeah?
Thank
That,
you. It works. Thank you. Member Nathaniel Brown.
Present.
Member Lawrence Harlan.
Present.
Member Dorian Payan.
Here.
Member Doria Robinson.
Here.
Member Darlene Franco.
Here.
Online, I believe we have Member Irene DeBaracua.
Here?
Thank you. Any other members? And unfortunately, our Vice Chair, Emily Burgueño, is unable to join us today, so she will not be attending the meeting. Thank you all for being here. We can move right in. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anyone. Oh, I did miss someone. I missed Member Thea Rittenhouse, I believe is not yet on Zoom, but is on her way. I did see a text. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anyone else. Okay, we're good. Let's go ahead and move into the first session. Tessa is going to handle this for us. So now we will approve the meeting summary from the November 13th meeting. We sent these minutes to the task force on the 2nd of December, and they're also posted to the meeting webpage. Just take a second if any of the task force members would like to request any edits or see the meeting summary pulled up on screen, let us know. Any comments on the meeting summary? And if not, someone can make a motion to approve the meeting summary from November 13th.
I motion to approve the November 13th meeting minutes, or meeting summary.
Do we have a second?
Our second.
All right. Are there any public comments on the meeting summary? Doesn't look like it. Any further comments by the task force? Great. We will approve the summary by roll call. Chair Nelson Hawkins.
Aye.
Darlene Franco.
I approve.
Doria Robinson. She says yes. Dorian Payan.
Aye.
Irene De Baracua.
Aye.
James Nakahara.
yes.
Lawrence Harlan.
Yes.
Leah Schwartzman. She says aye. Nathaniel Brown.
Aye.
Chizo. Ruth Dahlquist Willard.
Aye.
And Thea Rittenhouse.
Aye.
Wonderful. The motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll move to the staff report. We did. Thank you. And noting for the record that Member Thea Rittenhouse has arrived and is present. Okay, I get to talk so much today. Before I move into the staff report, however, I'm actually going to pass it to Sean Kennedy to share a few remarks. Here, Sean, I'll give you this.
Thanks, Camille. Oh, that is loud. Morning, everyone. Nice to see you all. Didn't want to take long, but wanted to echo some of the points that Chair Hawkins made. It's really exciting to be here today and to see the culmination of 2 years of work. Wanted to congratulate you all. Obviously, there's a little bit of work that we need to wrap up today, but really it's a huge milestone to get to this point. So thank you all for all your work, commitment, dedication to this, to the members of the public that have engaged along the way. Thank you all. It's really been a privilege and an honor to be able to have supported this work in some way. So thank you all.
Thank you, Sean. So this can be very brief today. Just wanted to note for you all that there have been a few written public comments that have been received since your November meeting. So just encourage everyone, as you were encouraged before this meeting, to reflect on that or to review that at your discretion. Those are all available to you. I wanted to note that we were able to meet with every task force member one-on-one between November and this meeting. So I want to say thank you to you all because you've been putting in a lot of work, as you know, and this was one extra piece of work. So we just really appreciated the opportunity to connect with you all in that time, and that those conversations are reflected in the materials you're reviewing today. I had already mentioned that reflection booth, so right before lunch, I'll say something more about this, but the AV team will be arriving about 11:30. They're going to be, I think, setting up over in this area to be as discreet as possible. And then if task force members have some comments that you'd like to share on camera to be part of that video, that would be something to encourage you to do. We did have some prompts that we had sent around, so just as a little reminder as you're thinking ahead. You can share your reflections on your work over the past 2 years, what land equity means to you after serving as a task force member, and what you hope comes next. So it's just some ideas, totally voluntary to participate. We will also likely have that same opportunity. It's not confirmed, but we would hope to have that opportunity as well at that February 24th meeting that, of course, I'll remind you all at the end of today. Are there any announcements from task force members? We always like to open it up to see if anyone has anything related to your work on this body that you would like to share today. Seeing none in the room, and unfortunately the way that I'm seeing the screen, I'm not sure if I see anyone raising your hands online. So if for some reason we're not calling on you, Irene, I think in particular, and Nelson, until you arrive in the room, just feel free to unmute and speak, just in case I'm not catching you. Okay, thank you. So if you'll move to the next slide. Here is the budget update as of October 31st, which we share every meeting. And this is also part of your briefing materials, noting, as was discussed in the last task force meeting, that the funds that are remaining will be used to support that program, the grant program that will distribute those funds in alignment with recommendations that you all have shared throughout your process. And that will begin in the new year. So just a quick reminder on that plan. Next slide, please, Tessa. I'll now invite any public comment on the staff report. Do we have any public comment online? No public comment online. All right. We can move to the next item, and welcome Chair Hawkins in the room. So glad to have you here. Okay, we're jumping right into the working session. Oh, sorry, were you flagging me? Oh, okay. Okay, this is great. We're right on time. Let's jump in. So the very first, Tessa, if you'll go to the next slide for me, please. Before we jump into discussing the language that you all still have in front of you to review and to make some decisions today, just wanted to note a few things that have changed since November so that everyone is clear on the process that we've taken to this point. Staff, since that November 13th meeting, accepted the revisions that were discussed and approved in that meeting. As part of that process, we significantly revised 2.3 and 4.4. Those are in your briefing packet, compared side by side, the October draft and the November draft for your review. If anyone has any comment on any of these revisions that I'm sharing now, there will be the opportunity to discuss that, to talk through any remaining changes anyone would like to make later in this meeting. So right now, just summarizing these changes for you all. We did another round of copy editing. There were a few minor revisions to definitions that came through on the one-on-ones, and of course today we have a couple more definition discussions. We added 2 sentences of additional historical context that came through in a one-on-one in that appropriate section. And then also we did a bit of updating to the graphic design, but noting there are more updates to make. So we will be in this meeting describing for you all the things that staff have identified as needed moving forward. But these are revisions that have been completed so far. So if you'll please go to the next slide. So as you all know, we gave everyone until 9 a.m. 2 days ago to let us know if there was anything based on that December final report that needed to be changed. So today what is in front of you and what we'll be referring to in this meeting and what is online is a version that has had a couple additional revisions, a couple clarifications for clarity and accuracy to text, a small update to the report title, which you all will be confirming in today's meeting, so we'll highlight that then. And then a couple additional corrections to graphic design. So we started the process of aligning the text boxes with the main text, and then we updated a few photos to better align with the text. I think there's still some more work to do there, so we'll come back to those ideas later today when we're kind of documenting every revision that's needed. For today, the goals will be to review the language that you all are still reflecting on and deciding, and to make decisions as outlined in that language for review document. So that's where we'll start. Then we will ask you all for any necessary, so again, this is necessary for approval to submit, edits to that report content. Just noting, as I think you all are already aware, this is your last public meeting before that January 1st deadline, so this is your last opportunity to state what needs to be changed for your approval. And then we will vote on the submission of the final report. Exciting things ahead. If you'll please move forward. All right, let's go. You all have seen these cards before. You should all have them in front of you. Green for support, blue for can live with, and red for do not support. We are going to use these to facilitate the decision making in that language to review document. And when I say that, what I mean is at the top of every page, there is a decision that we will all be making together in order. So for instance, you should all have a hard copy of this in front of you as well as online. If you just look at page 2, this very first decision we'll be reviewing is whether you want to include this language in your final report. That will be we're gonna just start with a show of hands. I think, Irene, online it's a little bit harder to indicate whether you support or can live with. So I think what I might ask you to do is raise your hand for support or verbalize can live with. I know that's a little bit funny, but I'm not sure there's any better way to do it. We're just going to walk through. I'll ask the question. Do you support including this language in your final report? And we'll move from there. So if we get a lot of can live with, we might pick, okay, is this for the appendix? If we get some do not support, it will be a matter of deciding, if you go to the next slide, please, Tessa, what the member who indicates they are non-supportive, they do not support, what would be needed to reach a level of consensus on that item. So I hope that makes sense. We're actually, every kind of piece of our work today, just to make sure we can move through the material, is we'll start with a proposal and an indication of support. Let's get into it. I think it'll be clearer once we get started. Anyone have any questions about process, about goals, about anything before we just jump into this language to review and make decisions about? Oh, yes, thank you, Tessa. Quick As you're thinking, if you have questions, wanted to note that we will be doing our very best to stay on time today. Sean has some time cards over here, not afraid to use them if we need to. We have, to get through all 9 decisions, we have about 11 minutes per decision to make. Some might take longer than others, so it's not necessarily a hard and fast rule, but if one is going beyond 11, we will make sure you all know that it's time to finish, to make a decision on that item. Anything more there, Tessa? Yeah, go ahead, Nelson.
One, two, okay. Is there going to be a process to consider the written comments since our last meeting?
There is no process unless you bring it into
Today.
the process. Yeah, into today.
Okay.
Good question, Nelson. So if there are comments, thank you for asking that. If there are comments that you would like to make or questions or proposed revisions, either bring them up in the relevant language to review, or after we finish this document, what we do next is go back to and open up the whole report. What else needs to change? What are your other comments that are necessary? So that would be a great place, Nelson, to bring in any of those. Yeah, good question. I'm glad you brought that up. Any other questions or thoughts before we jump right in? We are reserving 45 minutes at the end of this document for those general must-be changed notes about the report overall. Everyone has a sense of the time for today. Okay, we need another let's go slide. Go ahead, Tessa. Thank you. So Tessa, our fearless, how am I going to put this? The person who has to be making edits as we discuss them, as you all discuss them, will continue to do that for us today using this document. So to be clear, what will happen as you make these decisions, they will be tracked in the document, they'll be noted, and then during the lunch period, what we're planning to do is actually put these into your PDF and reflect back to you the outcomes of your decisions. So you will see the outcomes of these decisions very clearly marked today and very clearly reflected back to you, so you will all understand what it is you are approving. That is really our goal for the end of this conversation. So Tessa will be documenting these decisions as we move, and we will reflect it back to you after lunch as well for clarity. Okay, so the very first thing to kind of get started on this, I'm going to put to you all a proposal, and I'd like to see levels of support for including this language as written in your final report. If I can get level of support for inclusion of this language in your final report. I'm going to document. I'm waiting for everyone because this is our kind of final day here. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 7 support. Irene, are you raising your hand? I don't see it.
Oh, now I am.
Okay,
I support,
thank you.
or I can,
Thank you.
yes.
Support. So I see 2 can live with and the rest support. Okay, thank you. Nelson, go ahead.
One clarifying question, because I didn't see this in our documents. So the what is coin part is going to be a separate text box? That's not a, okay.
Yeah, apologies, that wasn't clear. So the in the document, that like line around it will be a text box, kind of like what's already in the report for the Surplus Land Act.
Okay.
Kind of almost like a little informational box. Yeah, okay. 2 can live with and the rest support. Okay, the decision has been made. That is going into your report. Hooray, let's move to decision 2. Decision 2, what I'd like to do is break up these, decision 2 has one decision to make. Do you want to incorporate what is currently orange text into your final report? So again, I'm going to say, show me please support for incorporating orange text as final into your final report. Just giving everyone a moment to take a look and decide. Thank you all for holding it up. Irene, I believe I see a hand up for support. Yes, okay, thank you. So far, I see support and one can live with. Waiting just to hear from a couple members. Thank you all for those of you who have held up. Did everyone, are we still waiting for a couple decisions? I think one more member is deciding. You can put it down, thank you. I'll just give the member one more moment. Oh, yes, sorry. Okay. No, sorry. Okay, so we have one can live with and the rest support. Oh, sorry, Irene, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just wondering, should it, just like grammatically, should it say, and as intended and like another word there somewhere before mechanisms? Or the laws implemented as intended. And mechanisms in place, or? No, sorry, maybe I'm wrong. I'm just reading it sort of awkward, but the sentence, like it seems almost like a incomplete sentence.
Okay, we can definitely review that and make sure that the grammar of it's correct. I don't know if a task force member at this point has. It is kind of hard when we're all sitting here staring at words on the screen. We can just make sure to review that and make sure it's grammatically correct. Any member have any other comment or thought?
Irene, it's Sean. I was just going to say, I think the sentence is referring to two types of mechanisms. So there's include enforcement of the first mechanisms to ensure the law is implemented as intended, and secondly, mechanisms to address potential legal challenges that are. Does that sound
Thank
okay?
you. Yes, thank you. That answers me. I was reading it incorrectly. Thank you.
It is definitely hard to do on the spot and with different color text and everything else. So thank you, Sean and Irene. Irene supports. Okay, decision 3. Look at us. We're going to have extra time for anything that we do need to spend some more time on. For this one, there are a few new proposed additions, all indicated by orange. 3.1D Roman numeral 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I'm actually going to take each one because I think that's the best way to make sure everyone can indicate whether every piece of this you approve or just a piece of it, right? I think that's the best move here. So the proposal on the table right now is to include in your final report 3.1D2, requiring farmland owned by investment entities, just that piece of it. If you can please indicate your level of support for including 3.1D2. Scroll.
So I guess that's the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not in this, right? Oh,
It's
no,
in the
it's in
language,
the
it's
briefing.
in the
Thank
small
you,
doc,
thank you,
yeah.
thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I'm like, Thank you.
So as you have had the chance to review that, if you will please indicate your level of support. Thank you. Irene, we see your hand recorded as support.
Yes.
Waiting on more. Thank you, Irene. As a reminder for task force members, as you are, reflecting on this, reviewing it, making your decision, the very end of this document does have some sort of key terms and descriptions, if it's helpful to refresh your memory about any of these ideas. I'm seeing some more cards coming up in the room. So far seeing support, and I noted one can live with. Waiting on a couple other members to decide. We now have 3 can live with, the rest support so far. I believe we're waiting on 2 members, if I'm right about that. Thank you, Dora. So 4 can live with. Okay, and so I believe that was approval and with 4 can live with. So it will be included. Let's move to 3. So again, we're gonna chunk each of these up. So if you could please review that 3.1D number 3, requiring owners of farmland.
I have a question.
Oh, yes, please, yeah.
Is that better? Okay. Are we talking about investment company owners of farmland or all owners of farmland in this? 3.
Task force members, feel free to respond if you will grab a mic or speak in. Yeah, go ahead, Nathaniel.
Yeah, that was my question. As it reads, it sounds like all farmers, or all farmland owners. And we don't have I understand that it would take too much time for us to come up with that defined acreage or threshold of financial assets, but, did we have a idea in our mind, or like, we could be thinking different things, I don't know.
James, go ahead, and then Leah.
Yeah, for me, I read this as being related specifically to investment companies just because of the heading for 3.1. But I'm wondering if we can borrow the language we use in 2 about farmland owned by investment and just repeat that to clarify requiring farmland owned by investment entities that benefit, or like, sorry, I lost my track, but like kind of mirror that language so it's consistent. Yeah.
Thanks, James. I would agree with that. Clarity.
Can you try tracking that, Tessa, if you don't mind? So I think. Thank you. Tessa's going to try to mock that up for you all to see.
Yeah, that looks right.
Other comments or thoughts on that item? Go ahead, Ruth. Oh, and Leah, I didn't know. Did you want to say anything? Okay, Ruth, go ahead.
And I think it's also helpful to note this is just a recommendation for research rather than enacting these as policies.
Right.
So in terms of, it's a good question of like, what's the acreage? But I think that maybe we could even add a line that determining the appropriate, but I think that kind of goes into the research objectives is like, how would that work?
So let's go ahead and with this revision, get a measure of support for including that number 3 in the final report. So if you can please indicate your level of support for including the revised number 3. I'm saying 1 can live with, 1, 2, 3. Oh, Nathaniel, did you want to say something?
Never mind.
Okay. So still waiting on a couple members to indicate. Irene, do we have a hand up? Hand from Irene for support. Thank you. I see 2 can live with, and the rest support. I see 4 can live with, and the rest support. Okay, I believe I noted every member's card. Let me know if I ever get that wrong. Thea, were you going to say something?
Well, I just was thinking about what the fund research and the public report is a little bit lost in there. I'm just wondering maybe if there's a way to highlight that these are recommendations for this research and public report a little more clearly. Maybe bold, something to, I mean, because otherwise these could be taken as like we're saying, you know, it might be misconstrued potentially.
Yeah.
What someone reading it. I don't know if you have any ideas, Tessa, on.
Just to be extra cautious here, we could actually put research. I know it would be repetitive, but to speak to the desire to be very clear, each of these could say research regarding enforcement or research into enforcement, and you just repeat that basically for each of these. That's one. Bolding it at the top is one option, or just every single time you say it, saying research. Can I get a sense of what people would like there? Go ahead, Ruth.
I think it's awkward, but maybe necessary. Because I could see how if you just pulled that up and read that one part, it would be maybe sound a little bit heavy-handed. So yeah, just these are potential mechanisms. Maybe staff could work on wordsmithing that.
During lunch, what we'll do, and because we're already planning on getting this text and showing you what it will look like in the report, we'll do a little fine tuning, but the plan will be with each of these levels, we put the word research in there.
Yeah.
I'm seeing heads nodding in the room. I'm not seeing any disapproving looks. Okay, we'll do that over lunch. And then, of course, you'll look at it again after lunch. So if there is, before you take action. So if there's something you want corrected. Go ahead, Ruth.
And just real quick, the language in Part D might need to be revised then so that having research at the beginning of each bullet point makes sense. Rather than listing mechanisms, list research topics or something like that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and move to that number 4 then. So 3.1D4. So noting there will be clarity on that this is research into establishing merit regulation. So I'd like to please get support for this point 4. A support from Irene. Oh yeah, go ahead, Doria. Yeah.
Is that on? Yeah. So I just wonder, this looks like new language. Is this new language?
It was new from between November and the draft you received on December 2nd to review.
I just missed it. And where did it come from?
It's both in this separate document that was sent.
Who wrote it?
Oh, a task force member. Can the task force member share?
The interviews, okay. So that came from an individual task force member?
Came from a task force member.
Can I ask who did? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and maybe if you could just give a little context and background.
Yeah, I drafted this in response to the public comment letter from CAF and the 50 other or so signatories, asking for further exploration into mechanisms to limit land consolidation by large investment companies. So there's a paper that came out by Jess Shoemaker and I forget the other author's name in the Yale Law Review. Jess Shoemaker's from the University of Nebraska. So I read the paper and to the best of my ability summarized their recommendations for limiting what are the legal and financial mechanisms to limit land consolidation. Some of these you can tell are property law or financial law or corporate law, and I'm an entomologist, so I did my best. And so I basically took their language and tried to summarize it, and Madeline Fairbairn, also, who was one of our prior speakers, assisted with that. And so this is my best effort to try to strengthen the recommendations for limiting land consolidation. Obviously, I can't speak very much in detail to, the Exchange Act or REITs, but I do trust their exploration and research into those things, and I think they know a lot more about it than I do. So, but I just thought it was important to address that major public comment letter and strengthen the recommendations of what are the financial, legal, policy mechanisms to limit land consolidation. And it seemed better to list them as research recommendations because from my conversations, it doesn't actually seem like there's a good consensus or real strong expert recommendation on this is the way to do it. And there's problems with every different avenue. And so it seemed a little safer to just put them as these are things that need further research for California.
Thank you. Thanks for the question, Darlene. Doria. Were there any other comments? And I'm going to actually ask everyone again for this number 4 here, if you could please indicate your level of support for inclusion. I see one can live with. Irene, we have you documented as support. Otherwise, support. Okay. Thank you all very much. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Nathaniel.
I'm sorry. I feel like this is a backtrack, but D2, when we switch requiring owners of farmland to investment entities that own farmland, I feel like I was misunderstanding that, and I think, based on Ruth's context of it is research that would push owners of farmland in excess to be defined as what is above. As it reads now, it almost seems like 2 and 3 seem not repetitive, but kind of. Can I get any more clarity on that? I don't want to undo the natural flows now that I'm better understanding that.
I think both of them are getting at the issue that with all the shell companies and behind the scenes transactions, it's hard to track land purchases and consolidation of land by investment entities. So those are 2 different mechanisms of trying to make that information more public. So 2 is make it a publicly traded real estate investment trust. And 3 is Exchange Act reporting. And those are different legal mechanisms. So I think it's just naming them as 2 different options to research. But I like the language that's now parallel of requiring farmland owned by investment entities or whatever maybe they could even just be the same because they're mostly the same, but the order's a little different. But it's the same goal, but 2 different mechanisms.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Thank you both. Okay, let's consider 5. So 3.1D5, research about enacting progressive property taxes. If I can get a measure of support for inclusion.
Yeah. This one seems a little easier to understand.
I think I might see full support for this one. Irene, are you, hand up, Irene? Yes, see hand? Okay, full support for that one. Oh, go ahead, Nelson, yes.
I'm in full support, of course, with the progressive property tax part. I was gonna say can live with because I don't fully understand how that will limit the erosion of the tax base. Like, that is confusing, so if anybody could clarify how that works. But I'm otherwise supporting it. Just curious.
I think it's when, somehow when the land around a rural community is owned by the investment entity. Actually, I'm not sure I fully understand how it works, but I know this concern was mentioned as, and it's in that article that's, referenced in the briefing notes. I think it might even be things like sales tax, like revenues. Where's money being, where's the capital? I mean, the broader issue I understand is like the capital is flowing out of the community and not staying and circulating around in like a microeconomy. I feel like James and Leah might have other things to say about that.
Nope, I disagree. That was my understanding.
I'd agree with that. I think another way that would look is, you know, progressive doesn't, it means like a spectrum, right? So there'd be like lower taxes on one end, higher taxes for the larger landholders. And I think the limiting the erosion on the tax base is that in a lot of rural unincorporated communities, most of that tax, the property tax dollars, go to social services. So like, for example, in San Mateo County, in unincorporated Pescadero, 51 cents of every property tax dollar goes to the Unified School District. And so there's like implications there. That's kind of the use case that I'd map onto this that makes sense to me. It's a little more complicated, but that's, yeah.
So I don't want to spend too much more time on this, but the tax-based part of that is more on like where those funds are going towards, or what's, because when I interpret that, it's just like what's the rate of the taxes and who, you know, like the different like tiers or whatever, the different brackets. But I just want to make sure I have clear understanding on that part.
I think the way it could look, again, just as a recommendation, like without it becoming an ordinance or some regulatory thing, like, well, like if we had that, then we could be super specific, but I would think about like a unincorporated rural area that has small scale rural agriculture, maybe large land holdings of agricultural land. And so it would be just it would be enacting some type of progressive tax so that it was more proportional to land holding. So that there would, yeah, that's my interpretation of that. If somebody were to like turn it into something, but yeah, I mean, can't get into the weeds because
right.
It's not a,
no need,
it's not a thing.
Thank you for that, yeah.
I can read the paragraph from Jess Schumacher's paper.
Sure, and then
that
we
I
can
got
move
this
on.
from.
Thank you.
And maybe it says property taxes represent one further piece of the puzzle. While all landowners should, in theory, contribute to local budgets for schools, infrastructure, and other public services through property taxes, farm investors' contribution to municipal funding is often minimal. Levies are typically based on assessed market value, so the more and more valuable land one owns, the greater the contribution to the local property tax base. Agricultural land, however, is consistently subject to special treatment for property tax purposes, and absentee agricultural landlords and asset managers can navigate tax laws to their advantage. I think there's another piece of that, is that there's loopholes or strategies or something to get around when agricultural land valuations are reduced for the benefit of non-resident owners. A program of public support intended for resident farmers shifts instead to the coffers of absentee investors. This in turn reallocates the balance of the tax burden to smaller property owners and residents who, as a result of this shift, face higher taxes while also suffering cuts in funding to schools and other essential services. So it seems like it's part of it is the know-how of how to get around, or maybe you get the land valued lower than it really is or something. It sounds like more of a strategy thing. So.
Thank you, Ruth. And just noting that the article that Ruth is mentioning is linked in the document that you all are reviewing. It's also accessible to the public if any members of the public are following along. It's a forthcoming article in the Yale Journal of Law.
That's page 35.
Page 35, Ruth is noting, she quoted.
No, in the linked publication, yeah.
Okay, thank you all. If there aren't more comments on 5, let's take 6. This last point, 3.1D6, expanding public access trusts. If I can please get a measure of support. I'm seeing full support in the room. Irene raised her hand. Okay. Thank you all. Right, that was a lot of detail there. Thank you for engaging with it as carefully as you all just did and really thinking through this. I appreciate that. Let's move on to decision 4. So this is language. The decision would be whether to include this language as written in the final report. I will note that what you're seeing on this page 5 in this document is what it would look like in the body of your report. 3.3, establish a California Producer Retirement Fund, currently on page 62, but also noting that it refers to the appendix. So also on this document you're reviewing is the language that would be in the appendix related to this recommendation 3.3. So I'd like to get a measure of support for including this language in the body of the report and in the appendix as written. So as you're ready, please review and then indicate your support for inclusion. James, go ahead.
Just in case anybody wants a little bit more on this, we're on decision 4, right? Yeah.
Decision 4, yeah, about 3.3. Lots of numbers.
On page 41 of the written communication from the public, there's a great comment about kind of how that can be done, which is like, I think the proposal is strong, like as it's worded. I don't think we need to change it. I'm just saying there's page 41 has some interesting additional information, and this is coming from Marisa Raya, a lecturer at Stanford University, who's looked into kind of farmer pension programs, retirement funds, et cetera.
What page was it?
41.
41?
Of the written comment.
And James, you're referring to page 41 of the public comment list.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you would, other than that you want to state here, or just noting that, is there anything you want to like state in the meeting or no? Okay.
I think it's good.
You like this language as written. Okay, go ahead, Nelson.
Just to bolster that up, I thought the part of the president of CalPERS and CalSTRS investing in land-based activities for its own purposes was interesting and very relevant. So I'm glad that the public comment was presented.
Okay. Is there any suggested change to the language here, or just confirming, or otherwise just noting that public comment? Any change to language here? No, okay. Making sure.
I've, not on that specifically, but I did want to note and get the task force opinion on changing the language or considering adding to the part on farming experience. And I just want to name that, you know, does this specifically mean farm business experience? You know, owning and managing farm or a business, farm business is different than working on a farm. And I think we need to be specific for the retirement fund purposes. And, you know, I don't know if it matters to that level of getting in the weeds, but to me, based on my limited understanding of like how this works, like, is the money going to be accrued from the farmers into the fund? I just have a lot of questions on wrapping my head around how this retirement fund will actually function, where the funds come from, how they'll be managed and administered. So I can live with it. I've otherwise fully supported it. I just don't have a full understanding for me to be like all in on it. So I know there was a couple of things I brought up, but yeah.
Thanks, Nelson. Are there any comments from task force members to those points? Can I, just to confirm, Nelson, what you were saying, are you suggesting changing from the appendix language, years of farming experience, to years of farm business experience? Did I understand that correctly? That's a proposed change.
I'm kind of agnostic, but I will say that I think the way that it could work, again, like somebody would have to take this and be like, I'm going to turn it into legislation that, you know, creates the thing, but it would be that there'd have to be some way to capture kind of those metrics, right, under one, you know, in the 3.31, but then the source of funding would actually come from those existing in the existing endowments of the CalSTRS and CalPERS, or endowment's not the right word, but what are they called? What's the name of those things? Giant pension funds, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just for clarity, we're voting on just which part of, are we voting on the entire?
The whole thing.
The whole,
3.3?
yeah,
Okay.
whether it should be included as written, and then with this, I'll say with this amendment that has been proposed is
With
what
the
you're
years of farming business experience, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that. I think we should, particularly where the language in C, I think, is strong to say the core goal of benefiting small-scale and priority producers and land stewards who receive most of their income. I think that's important to keep that language and that modification that Nelson said. My only comment is, and I guess I can live with it, but number 2, consider those things as eligibility for retirement fund. I think any farmer should be eligible for a retirement fund, whatever practices they are able to or not able to. So I'm a little concerned about that, but I think consider might be soft enough that it wouldn't be limiting to, for example, a small business, farm business in the first 5 years of production. They maybe don't have land. They can't do regenerative agriculture practices to the best of their ability. They're doing their best, but I wouldn't want them to be excluded because of that. I just want to be careful about that potential there. But if we all feel like consider is a soft enough word, then I can live with that.
Thanks, Sean. 5 minutes, and then Leah, go ahead. Or was there? And then Nathaniel.
One on. I was just trying to find the definition of public benefit on here, just so we can review.
So I think what's important to note here, just for a note of clarification, that number 2, and maybe what is required is moving that 3.3B up from the end of the sentence to the start, because 3.3B is to finance the retirement fund, consider the following sources. So in order to include farmers as part of the CalPERS or the CalSTRS system, there would need to be some kind of public benefit determined as public employees, right? Public employees in order to be eligible. So no, public benefit is referring to CalPERS and CalSTRS and their definition of public benefit. So I think that also speaks to your point, Thea. It's not necessarily determining any eligibility for the producer retirement fund. It is speaking to eligibility to access CalPERS or CalSTRS. But this is clearly not a particularly clear point. Go ahead, Bruce.
Could two be reworded to say, to determine eligibility for public benefit, comma, consider? Yeah. Something like that.
But in that case, I might expand it a bit, like.
Would it be helpful to just say eligibility for CalPERS and CalSTRS?
Oh, I see.
Maybe?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm hearing a yeah, and then we'll go ahead, Leah. Where you
But then, you know,
Lauren.
to say farming is a public benefit, not just to be so like environmental services and farming is a public benefit. And then above, we are also talking about, you know, community benefits, education. So I just feel like if we're trying to increase eligibility to CalPERS and CalSTRS, we might want to paint a wider brush.
I see Lawrence, and then James, did you hand, Nathaniel, you had said earlier. So let's go Lawrence, and then Nathaniel, you had been up earlier, then James, and then Ruth. Go ahead, Lawrence.
So did we want to change it in the bullet itself, 3B2 and 3BI, or we put it in the appendix? Like the clarification. And I kind of had a question too. So the intent is that producers can participate in CalPERS and CalSTRS. Okay.
Yes. Nathaniel.
So this is something I mentioned and got to talk a bit through with Tessa on our one-on-one. I think that and maybe it wasn't this, but main concern is like, can we make it California Priority Producer Retirement Fund? My hesitation with like farm businesses being able to be, or like farm owners just as a whole, because we don't want to limit to, hey, it has to be organic or regenerative. You know, there are farms out there that are, you know, publicly benefiting the general public. But, you know, we want to, I don't want to say all, but a lot of the owners of land right now are going to be able to retire by selling their land. And it's like some way to show the farms and farm businesses, or farmers and farm businesses that are not able to get that retirement from a sale of land and financialization of their land or farm business. I don't know. Is it priority producer when we're saying producer retirement fund, or just, I don't know.
As written, it is not specifying priority producer. I believe the eligibility criteria that is in the appendix right now is getting at a bit of what you were saying, Nathaniel, but just to be clear, at this point, it is not specific to priority producers and land stewards. I know there were other speakers, James, Ruth, and we are out of time, so if you can.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I'm okay with this amended language. And I think it's really important that we, like, to me, the whole point of this is so that people are not reliant on having to, like, use commercial, or like to use land as a kind of wealth tool, because then that just perpetuates the cycle of like everybody wanting to sit on land and have it become more valuable over time. And so being able to have this retirement fund creates an alternative, you know, plus Social Security, to stabilize people without needing to, like, you know, prospectively kind of use agricultural land in that way. So I think we'll never be able to get it perfect until we see what it looks like as a program, and we're not going to be able to do that today. So I feel like our funnel is like capturing it and narrowing the goal as much as we can, but we won't get all the way there.
For two, kind of to Leah's point before, could we say something like, to determine eligibility for public benefit in CalPERS and CalSTRS, determine or consider public benefits of farming, including, and then list those other things, like to make it a little more general, something like that.
Leah, go ahead, and then we'll finish this and see support.
I would add from above 3.3B3, producers and land stewards providing community education down there as well. It's from here, 3.3B3, providing community education. I would just be
moving the 3.3B, providing community education, to the list of including
just to borrow
in
that
the
language.
appendix. That makes sense, Tessa?
Borrow that language for two.
It's not in the appendix list of things to consider.
Not to delete it from up there, but just to include it in the bottom. And environmental services.
Yeah, so it would be like at the end of that, somewhere in that sentence. Well, we can work on that.
Farming and ranching and stewardship, like let's be as broad as we can. And as a strategy for succession, I think that this is the one place where we don't want to limit it to just priority producers and land stewards, because this is a mechanism for, as James was saying, folks not holding on to land and just waiting for the values to go up. We want folks to be able to retire on their own lands, live a dignified life as farmers and ranchers and stewards.
Thank you for that comment. Just, were you proposing deleting that top line there?
I would in this particular case.
I have a question. Do we need to add land stewardship in the bullet number 2? Public benefits of farming?
Public benefits.
I think so.
Yeah, farming, ranching, and land stewardship.
Yeah.
That sound comprehensive? Okay. Farming, ranching, and land stewardship. And then at lunch, we'll make sure we get that note about education in there as well.
So like they won't get out. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get a measure of support. So again, we'll finesse a bit during lunch and show this to you again. So you will have one more opportunity just to be like, yes, that's right. But with these revisions, let's get a measure of support for inclusion. I'm seeing so far support, one can live with. Support online from Irene. Two can live with. I see all support and two can live with. Am I missing any? Did every member show their card? Yeah. Okay. Two support and one can live with. So we will make sure that language looks correct and reflected back to you all after lunch. Moving right along, I actually am not paying attention to break time. What time are we supposed to take a break? At 10:30, we're taking a break. Let's get through this next one, then we'll take a little break, and then we'll come to so right now we are at decision 5. We'll take a quick break after this, and then we'll get to decision 6. So again, this is language for you all to consider and decide. The proposal on the table is that this language be moved into your final report as written here. So if I can please get a measure of support. Oh, go ahead, Bruce.
I wonder if we could implement the suggestion here, since it's a study, just to make it clear that each 1 and 2 bullet points are, those are research recommendations, right?
Yes, so some way to, because it says conduct a study, but make it clearer that that's research.
Those are 2 parts of the study.
Okay. Go ahead, Nelson.
I'm otherwise support. I am curious about the last part of number G2, where it says establish Williamson Act contracts that directly benefit priority producers and land stewards. Does anybody have any examples of that they could elaborate on what that would look like, possibilities, or I don't know what that specifically would do or what that would look like. Like, is it a special contract for priority producers? Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
try. I think the intention here is to consider additional research so that the Williamson Act can be improved to better benefit priority producers and stewards. So it's just like, let's think about ways we can improve these contracts. Kind of as general as that, yeah.
Any further comment or question on this? And if you will all please show, if not, if you'll all please indicate your level of support for inclusion. With this, we'll work on the language to make that research clear. I'm seeing all support in the room and support from Irene online. Okay, so I actually have a question for you all. Do you all want to take a quick break, or you feel like let's get this next decision might be take us a little bit more time? It's going to be adopting the definition of producer and land steward, which is something that's began in October, had a conversation in November, and then today there needs to be a decision made. How are y'all feeling? You want to, what's that mean? Break. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. We're right on time, everybody. And then we'll come right back and consider this decision. So if you have a moment, maybe review. So the time is, this is where my facilitation skills, 10:28. So we'll have exactly 15 minutes and we'll all be back here. My math is not going to work right now. So, well, okay. Come back 15 minutes later. Thank you all. 10:43.
Edit? This is all that we're deciding on.
Hi, task force members and those joining us online. Just 2 minutes and we'll get started again. Thank you all. Hello, everyone. As task force members can make their way back to their seats, we're going to get started again. And before I do that, just a quick note, the interpretation team is going to make a quick announcement in Spanish, in case there are any members of the public who need Spanish interpretation, so that they are reminded of the instructions of how to listen to the Spanish channel. So I invite you to please go ahead and make the statement.
Si alguien necesita un intérprete en español, si nos pueden avisar a través del chat en Zoom. Si alguien necesita un intérprete en español, si por favor nos pueden avisar a través del chat en Zoom. Gracias.
Thank you. All right, let's jump right back in. Thank you all for the work before that break. We are right on time, but it will be important. These last decisions that are on your list of that language to review, we'll need to be kind of careful with our time just to make sure that we do have the opportunity to think through all of them. At 11:30, we want to transition to having time for task force members to share any other necessary revisions to the report. So working through these last ideas, these last questions, and making sure we're planning a full 45 minutes for task force members to consider any other part of the report. So we need to start that process at 11:30. Thanks to our timekeeper. So let's go ahead and jump right. We're on page 7 at this point of your language to review doc, which is also accessible to the public on the website. We are looking at the definition of producer and land steward. So as a quick reminder of background, in the October meeting, the question came up about whether the task force should consider a separate definition in the glossary for producer and land steward. Otherwise, those terms had been used in conjunction in the definition of priority producer and land steward. So through that process, as you all know, we talked with you one-on-one, some sort of disagreements, right, or divergences in opinion of the right way to define those terms arose. So staff are proposing for you a definition here, which would be not to separately define producer and land steward in your glossary, and rather to, in your definition of priority producers and land stewards, make it clear what those two terms mean. And that is this orange text is our proposed addition. So this is a proposal. I think what we can do is start by getting support for that pathway, but I will note that there are alternatives here if task force members do not want to move forward with the staff proposal. I'll just quickly note them so you all kind of have clarity in your minds and you can decide which of these feels most appropriate to you. Alternative A would, again, we're suggesting that you remove the separate definitions of producer and land steward and leave your definition of priority producer and land steward alone. And instead, in that defining agricultural land equity section in the main report, adding the paragraph that is here to indicate those differences of opinion about what those terms are and what they mean. Alternative B would be to adopt the definitions as they were proposed in the November meeting. And then alternative C is to take no action and just leave your report with the existing definition of producer and a priority producer and land steward. Those are what we had identified as pathways forward. Noting a few different ways that people would like to define these very complex terms in alignment with your report. Does anyone have, before I sort of just ask for support for this staff proposal, and then we'll just kind of, it's a numbers game, right? If you could think which of these for you, you're gonna put your green card up for, and then maybe let's do blue card. So you only get one green card. You only get one, I support this. That's your preference. Blue would be, I'm okay if this is the way the task force goes. And red would be, this is unacceptable to me. I do not approve this option. Does that plan make sense to everyone? Just to get a lay of the land. Is this all adding up? Everyone in the room? No? Okay, do you want to read it? Or yeah, just in other words.
So right now, we're going to move through the staff proposal, which you see on the screen, and then alternative A, B, and C. And we're going to take a quick vote on each one of those in a row so that we have a lay of the land, like Camille just said, to get a sense of how much the group supports each one of these. And then we'll, move forward depending on what the tally is for each.
You only get support for one. That's your preference. Ruth and then Nelson.
So there's 4 options.
There are 4 options.
And we're voting.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure out.
I'm sorry.
There's the first thing, and then there's alternative A, B, and C. And so we're picking out of those 4.
Thank you.
Which one we like the best, and then one green vote, and then how many blue or pink
It's
votes?
up to you whether there's one you want to say red, I do not approve, or the rest could be blue if you're fine with the other.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
But one green, okay.
One green. Yes, Nelson, go ahead.
One question on process and then another on the first definition of the staff proposal. Are we required to vote on everyone? Or can we not vote? Or can we not?
We would like you to use your green support for only one so we can get a measure of preference.
Right.
But otherwise, if you're okay with the other ones, you put up your can live with. If there are any that you're like, this is the worst option, no way would I approve this, put up your red.
We can choose not to put up anything?
You can choose not to.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Nelson. I apologize. Yeah, I didn't understand your question. If you do want to abstain, you can. Go ahead, Nelson.
My second question was for the proposal to conflate both definitions. This is just the proposal for the glossary, right? And if we move forward with that, would we also change the language throughout the report to reflect this definition? So, for example, whenever priority producers is mentioned, it would also include priority producers and land stewards in the language throughout the document?
Great question. So right now, it always says priority producers and land stewards everywhere in the document.
Okay.
So that is actually why so far you have only had one definition, is because they always are attached. So it would not require further revision in reference throughout the report. But to be clear, if you do decide, this is the glossary you're looking at, but if you do decide to adopt this addition to that glossary language, it would also then move into like the key terms box that's at the top of the report. Everywhere where that definition is, you'd also have this language. Did I see other, Leah and Lawrence, Leah and then Lawrence, did you want to jump in? Leah, go ahead.
My apologies, I'm very dense right now. So The alternative A,
Yes.
is that saying that we're removing separate definitions and adopting the language on page 7 plus this new paragraph that's added to the defining agricultural land equity section?
It would be an alternative to that orange language. So what you would be, I mean, you can mix and match these things, everyone. But what is being proposed with alternative A at this point would be the addition of this paragraph in the defining agricultural land equity section of the report, and no further change to your definition of priority producer and land steward.
Our current definition of priority, they are separate right now, or they are one right now?
We do not have an approved separate definition. They are one, priority producer and
So
land
they
steward.
are what is represented on page 7 without the orange?
Exactly correct.
I'm getting there.
I'm sorry, it is complicated. Lawrence, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so for the options, I guess to add more options, would there be? We're going to define producer for option. If we go with option B, I guess I'll just put it out there. I don't. For option B, that means there's going to be no definition for priority producer. There will only be a definition for producer.
Great question, Lawrence. No, we would continue to have the definition of priority producer and land steward as currently defined. You would be adding the definition of producer and the definition of land steward on page 8.
For option B.
If you choose option B.
Minor details of clarity, okay.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. Does that?
And then the other thing on the process, there's a time limit, right? And then we're going to talk about each option and then vote after you talk and ask questions, discuss? Or should we just go through and vote?
We're going to go through and vote
Start
just to
out.
get a measure of success. Like, oh, it turns out everyone likes this one, or, oh, we're evenly split, and then we'll get into discussion.
With no discussion.
Right
We're
now,
going
it's
to
a
have 4
discussion.
votes?
Yes.
Okay,
And you get 1 green, which means this is my preference.
okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Ruth, go ahead.
Sorry, did you say no discussion?
Well, do you
Just
have?
right now, right?
Yeah, right now.
So I have a question, maybe just to think about. Are there places in the report where we want to only talk about producers or only talk about land stewards in a more specific way? Where it makes sense to say, like, this just applies to producers or this just applies to tribal land stewards? Or do we talk about everything everywhere the same way? I think that's one question for me as I look at this, is if there's places where we only want to talk about one or the other, it makes sense to split out the definition. And maybe if everything applies to both of these groups the same way, then maybe it makes sense to keep it together. But does that make sense? Does anyone have thoughts about, are there places where we want to call out one or the other specifically?
I think just one note there is that right now, the way that they're being called out specifically would be using the word like tribal producers and land stewards or tribal land stewards. So right now, that is the way that those are being called. Nelson, did you want to say anything? And then I don't know if anyone had something in response.
Nothing to respond to that, but I'm glad Lawrence brought up, he caught that part about alternative B, because that does change my vote. And to clarify, since it says just producer for alternative B, would we still keep priority producer as written in the glossary? Okay.
Yeah,
This is just
thank
for that
you
then.
for,
Okay.
so you would, if you prefer alternative B, what you would be doing is leaving alone your current definition of priority producers and land stewards and adding this definition of producer and this definition of land steward. You would be leaving your report alone, adding 2 new definitions.
So to clarify, option B is leaving the report alone without the orange?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
This is complicated, everybody. Thanks for coming along on the ride with us, because as we talk, the reason why there are these options, just for full clarity, is because in our one-on-one, there were quite different opinions about the right option. So we were really trying to represent back to you all what we heard, so that you have a mechanism to make a choice, if that makes sense. Any other clarification, Ruth or Leah? I don't know if those are new tags up or, no, okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Let's go, just making sure, Irene, no hands up from Irene or anything? Okay. Let's try the vote. Let's see what happens. We're gonna be really clear with numbers. So I don't know, Tessa, if you feel confident in your number taking as we go through this. Okay, so we'll reflect it back to you. Let's start with staff's proposal. The only change would be adding this orange text to your definition of priority producers and land stewards. And, okay, so I'm seeing one do not support, seeing some can live with, do not support. Irene, this one's a little tough. I think you'll actually have to come off mute just to let us know if you're in support or can live with or do not support. And sorry, will you hold your cards up again, everyone? Tessa just wants to get numbers so that it's all very clear. Thank you. Irene, can you come off mute when you get a chance? Is this a support or a can live with for you?
I'd say can live with.
Okay. We have one support. I see 4 recorded do not support, and the rest are can live with. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, 3 do not. Okay, I saw your card there. Apologies. Thank you, Nelson. Catch me if I get it wrong, everybody. I don't want to misrepresent anyone. Okay, moving on. Let's do alternative B. So same question. I'm just moving right on. Thank you, Leah. Alternative A, again, as a reminder, this would be leaving your glossary alone, but adding this paragraph of text to the defining agricultural land equity section of the report. So if you can please indicate your, if you support, green. Oh, Leah, did you have a question?
There's like add an A1. Go ahead, please. Can there be an A1 option where, yes, there's mics. Surrounded by mics and not using them. Can there be an A1 option that is adding this language and the orange text?
From the staff proposal, you don't mean adding also separate definitions of producer and land steward?
I mean, what's on page 7.
Yes.
Plus what's on alternative A.
I like that. I like add the orange.
Okay, let's see how we can do this. Can we just change alternative A to that? I wasn't seeing a lot of support for alternative A as written. So to be clear, alternative A at this point is to add the orange text from page 7 plus this paragraph.
We're going a la carte with this.
Yeah. I'll give people a chance to reflect on that quickly. Yeah, Lawrence, go ahead.
Option A says remove separate definitions of producer and land steward from the glossary.
Yes, we would only have the definition of priority producer and land steward. So that orange text that's on the page prior from the staff proposal would be added to that definition. I'm wondering if people just like this.
I don't understand option A. Can you explain it again? It's do nothing, keep it as is, but add this paragraph to the text of the report?
That is correct.
Okay.
Plus and then also take that definition, that orange text.
Because it says remove separate definitions of producer and land steward. That's what's confusing because there is no separate definition in the current report.
Right, okay, I understand,
Like keep,
yeah.
keep current
Do not
definition.
add, yes, thank you for clarifying that, Lawrence. Yes, it should say do not add separate definitions. Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, is everyone clear on this? Okay, so if you can please indicate your level of support for this. I see 3 support, 4 can live with, and 1, 2, 3, 4 do not support. Irene, if you can please indicate.
Sorry, was still thinking here.
Okay,
I support that. I'll put I support.
support, okay. All right, let's turn to alternative B. So this would be, the only change would be adding these definitions of producer and land steward to your glossary. Will you scroll down, Tessa, so they can see land? Oh, maybe you want to just enter so they're on the same page, maybe, so they can, thank you.
Can you double click, so, oh, okay, yeah.
If you can indicate your,
With or without?
this is no change except adding a separate definition of producer and land steward as here written. Just to be clear, these would be your adopted definitions. Leah, go ahead.
I just, whatever we decide on this, I like that there is some kind of, there is a note to our differing opinions based on just our areas of expertise and background. If whatever we decide on here and move forward, if there is I like that there is a note of that in our defining land equity section, just for consideration. It may not say the same words here, but noting that we have different opinions, and it was hard to come to a decision.
So is that a proposal which we can maybe take up after this, that some piece of this paragraph of text in alternative A be incorporated? A note of differing opinions. I see support for that. I'm not saying any non-support for that. Okay, we would at lunch, like, basically take the piece of this that does make sense, and then show that back to you all. We'll try that. Okay, I'm seeing support in the room for that. Lawrence, you're laughing. Yeah, lunch is gonna be busy for us. Let's call this alternative B. So I guess really all of these are, at this point, plus a note about differing opinions within the body of the text. Can I get your support for these, including these definitions of producer and land steward in the glossary? And Irene, whenever you're ready, go ahead and come off mute. Adding this definition and this definition of producer and this definition of land steward to the glossary, and making. Or the changes to B? There are no changes to B. Thank you. I think some members in the room are still deciding. And I'm sorry to those of you who have it up, but if you can, might ask you to flag it when everyone has had a chance, so we can count accurately. At this point, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3. Lawrence, is your hand on the one? 4, 5, 6 can live with. 1, 2, do not support, and 1, 2, 3 support.
I would say can live.
Irene, can live with. Thank you. And then the last thing that is on this list is to leave it alone. Take no action, to leave your definition of priority producers and land stewards as it is and add no further separate definition. I'm seeing do not support so far. Okay. In the room, I'm seeing only can live with and do not support. So this does not seem to be anyone's preference at this point. Okay, I think we can leave that one alone then. That one was a clear. So let's take a quick look at what we have. This is doing some quick adding things up for us. It seems like we're going to be split between the, looks like the staff proposal will not, it does not have strong support.
Well,
go ahead.
Okay, so there, is it, I was thinking, can we do some combination? Like I like the orange language, but I also want to add the separate definitions. And I don't mind even adding, alternative B or alternative A, where you add that text to the body. So if it was like, wasn't sure if it's only the staff proposal in lieu of the other alternatives, or I actually like
you're a maximalist.
all of them.
You like all of the changes.
Except option C.
Except option C, right. So I think C is off the table. So let me just repeat what Lawrence just noted. And I will reflect back to you all that generally, as far as I have understood it, a lot of the way that you all have reached consensus and been so respectful and listened to one another's diverse opinions is to provide diverse pathways into the issues you're talking about. So in some ways, doing these things as different ways into the issue is reflective of other ways that you all have approached your work. Of course, this is me reflecting back to you all, and I don't mean to put words in your mouths. But what I'm hearing as a proposal is adopt the orange language addition to priority producer and land steward, add a part of this text from alternative A as appropriate to the body of the text, and add separate definitions of producer and land steward. I think let's vote on that. Given that there isn't a clear winner here, people again still have different opinions. You all ready? Is that clear to everyone? And is everyone ready to show support for that? It would be adding the orange text on page 7, adding the paragraph on page 8, and adding the 2 new definitions of producer and land steward also on page 8. Oh, Ruth, go ahead, yeah.
I think I like that, and I'm not opposed to the separate definitions of producer and land steward. I don't know if we have time to wordsmith those a little bit. I think the definition of producer has this phrase, activities that restore balance and care for the natural world. And to me, that needs to be a little more specific to related to the production of something. That's so broad. So if we could do your proposal and they maybe have a little opportunity to wordsmith those definitions a little bit, I would support that.
Let's get a measure of support for the proposal, adding these 3 things, and then let's come back to this wordsmithing. Or is the wordsmithing gonna change someone's opinion? So we need to do that first. Go ahead, Thea.
I seem to remember the wordsmithing was what got ourselves in a very long discussion last time, so just noting that.
Tesla's proposing we vote on as is and then come back to that question.
I just want to note the, in the natural world and like, promoting that, it is a bit of the reason that's in there, is mainly because of the, you know, how hard it is to define, producer and land steward, especially land steward, when throughout the recommendation, land steward is mainly defining, tribal traditional ecological knowledge and other tribal activities just on land. This, as well as activities that restore balance and care for the natural world, is a bit like in alternative A, where it says, you know, others emphasize, land steward encompassing both tribal and non-tribal individuals who care for the land in ways that meet long-term interests of communities, natural world, and future generations. Meaning like non-tribal members that are land stewarding, yet land steward throughout the recommendation is focused on tribal land stewardship. So it helps define that, hey, if you are a producer that is working on regenerative, maybe you're a producer that's switching and changing to conservation, and you're trying to rewild or like, you know, bring back biodiversity on your farm, or, you know, something of that nature. Maybe it's even leasing to farmers. You know, maybe you do conventional stuff, but you've set aside X amount of acres to, you know, create that balance and care for the natural world. So this shows, as well as activities that restore balance, producers being able to be land stewards in their own non-tribal way.
I see Darlene and then Ruth, and just noting time, everyone, so if you, yeah, go ahead, Darlene.
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing for me is that land steward is more of like a tribal land stewardship. It's been more of a responsibility of the native people of the land where we live to steward that land. And I think that's where I keep getting like hung up, that land stewardship is a responsibility. It's not just something we do. It's a responsibility that we are required to do. So it really, to me, it doesn't combine with what other people are doing to take care of the land. I mean, that is stewarding the land, but the definition, I think, should be exclusively tribally related, because it is a spiritual connection, it is a responsibility, and I think there needs to be the separation.
Thanks, Darlene. And noting in the combination proposal on the table, that would be true. Land steward would be defined as. So thank you for providing that background. Ruth and James, we can.
Would there be support for actually in adding the word tribal to the land steward title and just say tribal land steward? And then secondly, on the activities that restore balance and care, is there any way for activities to be more specific to farm management decisions or practices, just so it...
How about agricultural? Because your definition of agriculture is actually quite expansive.
Well, you still could have agricultural practices that are conservation practices that are not directly producing food, but it's still integrated in your system somehow. You haven't converted your entire farm to a conservation practice, so you're not producing anything. That's what this distinction I want to make, is that it's planting and cultivating, harvesting, animal grazing, husbandry, and then all this other suite of practices that isn't necessarily production, but it's still integrated somehow, because I wouldn't want to call someone a producer if they weren't actually producing a product somehow. So management practices, farm management practices, integrated practices, or something like that. I don't know maybe we could, sorry,
I would,
wordsmith.
I would go with
I think this is
agriculture,
great.
just quick agricultural, because we don't use the word farm actually in this report. We use the word agriculture, we don't define farm. So we don't want to add that word. Did someone else, James, go ahead.
Yeah, I like that suggestion. I also, I think I really want to be respectful with what Darlene shared about, like, the relationship, and I think maybe there's a way, I guess what I would say is let's add the word tribal to priority producers and tribal land stewards throughout the entire report, but then potentially acknowledge with a supplementary definition of land steward under tribal land steward that there are like other, like, to kind of capture the type of relationship you were talking about.
Well, that's what would be the agricultural practices that restore balance and care.
Okay.
Yeah, that's land,
Then I'm on board with just adding tribal as the in front of land steward to get clarity there. Yeah.
So to confirm, that would mean that every time in your report, the word priority producer and land steward would be changed. It would say priority producers and tribal land stewards.
Yeah. I think
Just want to
that's
make
fine.
sure everyone understands
That
that.
makes a lot of sense to me.
Darlene and Lawrence, what do you think about that?
I'm seeing support. Go ahead, Lauren.
So there would be no place in the report that only says land steward. It would only say tribal land steward.
It would
I'm
always
okay with
say
that.
tribal land
That's very clear.
Okay.
And then the same thing for when we talk about producers. We'll talk about producers, but then when we're specifically talking about priority producers, we'll make that.
It always says priority before it, yeah.
But just to be clear, we're not going to, wherever it says you're not going to add priority in front of every instance where it says producer, because there's a difference between a producer and a priority producer.
That is correct.
Okay, so it's not going to be like a word function find and.
No,
okay.
no, yeah, good point. There are places in your report where it says producers or it says land stewards, and places in your report where it says priority producers or land stewards. So we'll just, every time we use the word land stewards, we'll put tribal in front of it. It's pretty much the change that would happen here. We would not otherwise be adding priority in there where it isn't already.
Right. So, Lawrence, I think it's like everywhere where currently it says priority producers and land stewards, it will say priority producers and tribal land stewards. If the word producers exists free-floating in a goal somewhere broadly, I don't think that would get changed. It's only if it says priority producers and land stewards will now be priority producers and tribal land stewards.
Okay, yeah, I like that. I think that's great.
Did it.
Okay, so the proposal that you're now going to be.
For wordsmithing though, I do like, and I think it's important that, Darlene brought up spiritual connections as part of being a land steward. I think it's worth wordsmithing and putting that in the definition. And I wasn't clear on where on the definition where it says, a person who cares for and is in relationship with the land through direct connection. I don't know what that means. Like,
Can we put spiritual there?
and I would also add ancestral and spiritual connection.
And through ancestral and spiritual connect, and that basically is just specifying what direct means. In some ways, you're giving detail, removing direct and putting ancestral and spiritual. Comments? Does that reflect your comments, Lauren?
Yeah, I didn't think much about removing direct.
So direct, comma, ancestral, comma, and spiritual.
Unless there's other viewpoints.
Yeah, I see no other.
Well, I'm not sure what direct connection means.
I think in some ways ancestral and spiritual is in replace of direct.
Well, but there it says it's separate. Is it direct ancestral and direct spiritual, or is it ancestral and spiritual? So
go ahead.
Direct connection, it means ancestral and spiritual connection?
If we remove the word direct, it would just say with the land through ancestral and spiritual connection. So you don't
Okay,
get caught up
yeah,
in-
I don't like the direct comma part.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay,
This looks good? No direct, no direct.
no.
No one direct.
Okay, so we do need to move forward here. So let's review the combination proposal that you are all working on. We will add the orange text to the definition of priority producers and land stewards. We will add a version of the paragraph in alternative A to narrate the differences of opinion. We will add the definitions as revised right now of producer and land steward. And we will put, oh, I think you already did that elsewhere, Tessa, and we will put tribal before land steward throughout the report. Okay, I'd like to see level of support for this pathway forward. Oh my goodness, the green in the room. Woo, I think, well done, everybody. And I see a hand up from Irene. Thank you. Well done. I mean, honestly, everything. Even more exciting than the vote. Thank you all so much. That was a big effort, and it really, in some ways, it is representative of all of what you have done. So I see smiling faces, which I appreciate.
Shouts
Okay.
out to the task force, the Strategic Growth Council, and especially Tessa.
Oh, nice. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to, oh wait, I picked the wrong document. Oh, yes, this is just something that staff noted, and if it's a non-issue, we move right on along. But I just, we noted as we were reviewing and copy editing in this round, your current definition of agricultural land equity is there. And one thing that stuck out to us in this round of copy editing is that it is when all people have access to viable land. If you were to just distill it down, that is the definition of agricultural land equity as currently adopted. And staff are wondering whether what agricultural land equity is when all people have equal opportunity for access to that land. Does this distinction make sense to everyone? Because if you define agricultural land equity as when all people have secure access to land, that would mean it was achieved only when every Californian had viable land, access to viable land. That makes sense? Versus when every Californian has the opportunity to access viable land. If everyone's like, you're getting in the weeds here, I don't really want to open this up, we'll just move right along. I just, from a copy editing perspective, wanted to make sure it was clear. Nathaniel, would you like to say something?
I guess to me, access almost does mean that equal opportunity, because if they didn't have access, that wouldn't be an equal opportunity for everybody. But just want to bounce that off the wall and see where everyone else is at, or we can move forward and vote on it.
I see Dorian and then Ruth.
Yeah, I would, so I don't support the opportunity piece. I think it has to be more imperative. I mean, just because I think I've seen this show up, you know, like I have equal opportunity to become a millionaire doesn't mean I will, you know, and so I think it's just like making sure that it is a commitment of priority.
Okay, Ruth.
I think I like the equal opportunity. I think when I read this before, I did sort of feel like it sounds like everyone should have a farm. Although I agree that that's not what it's saying because it says access. So I'm not sure if there's a way to combine those things somehow. All people have secure and affordable access. I think that does imply opportunity, but I think this makes it more clear that we're not expecting every single person to become a farmer. And there, like, it's interesting, the capacity issue, because you cannot really just start farming without any prior capacity. But I think that's complicated to talk about. I don't know if that was helpful.
What, just thinking about time here, I think let's just get a measure. Actually, I think what I might do here actually is, well, let's go ahead and say your support for including the proposed language in the form of orange. So what you are voting on now is, do you support or do you not support this change to the definition to add the word equal opportunity for? Yeah, Doria.
So when I feel like I'm having trouble with the equal opportunity piece, because the whole point of using the word equity is that it's different than equality. And I don't know what we're saying when we say equity means equality. I'm not sure what we're saying there.
I think, yeah, that's a fair point. I think really the thing about the current definition is that you could read that to mean agricultural land equity is achieved only when every person is a farmer. And that's not what you're saying either. But if in trying to add equal opportunity, you undo more than you gain, let's not add it. Does that make sense to everybody?
It could be just opportunity to access instead of equal opportunity for access. If we, I don't know if that helps the reading of it to sound not like we all have to become farmers.
I think James and then Ruth. Oh, Ruth and then James.
We know that.
Well, I think the phrase without systemic barriers, disparities, or exploitation also gets at equity, but it doesn't say it directly. We could also say equitable opportunity instead of equal, because I agree with Doria's point of the equality versus equity. I think that's important not to make that blurred. Does equitable opportunity read better, or I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I do. James, go ahead, Nelson, and then I think we need to do a vote. We're going to either vote on that top definition and then a vote on that lower one. Go ahead, James.
I'm kind of like, let's go back to the way it was before, where we just don't have any amended language, because I think if we don't have it, then it's pretty comprehensive. Like it tracks better to me. But yeah, I guess I'm okay with this proposed language, but it's a little redundant to say agricultural land equity is when all people have equitable opportunity, and equitable opportunity is also pretty paradoxical, like definitionally, so.
Okay, so then what we'll do is we'll take a vote on like who is in support, but Nelson, I want to let you speak, but then just so everyone is previewing, please choose either green or red, and we'll do that top one or that bottom one. Go ahead, Nelson.
Yeah, I just want to name, I appreciate you bringing that up as issue and interpretation. I interpret this as more of a contention on saying all people than saying equal opportunity. And this proposal doesn't include an option to change that language, of course, but I think it would be more accurate to say when all agricultural producers and tribal land stewards have priority producers, yeah. Not proposing that, but that would be more accurate in what we're trying to get to.
Yeah. I like that.
So a proposal here, agricultural land equity is when priority, do you want to say priority producers and tribal land stewards have secure and affordable access? Or when producers and tribal land stewards?
I actually like all people because it generalizes it more to include the issues of land consolidation, which our report is also addressing, because there's this sort of two-pronged approach. There's the priority producers and tribal land stewards, and there's the bigger issues of consolidation, which once priority producers and tribal land stewards have barriers removed, what is the landscape to actually acquire land, and we have to address the bigger issues of consolidation for that to be possible as well. So I would favor keeping in the all people, but I wonder if there's a different way. This is maybe too much wordsmithing, but to me, secure and affordable should actually apply to land rather than access. Secure, I want access to be secure, but I really want land tenure to be secure. So what if I'm just throwing this out here, and then I know we need to vote, but what if all people have opportunity for, sorry, I lost it, for access to secure, affordable, and viable land, or something like that.
So we would remove the tribal animal stewards have access to secure.
Or either way, whichever one we do, that the access is to land that's secure and affordable rather than the access. It's kind of a fine distinction, but I wonder if that maybe makes it a little clearer.
Can I maybe start this by, if we can get our existing definition in this list too, Tessa? I know that's a little complicated, but I actually just want to get first people's preference on leaving it absolutely alone. Because if everybody prefers to leave it absolutely alone, our discussion is done. If there are ways that people would like to make modifications, then we need to jump into these proposals. So I'm going to start with a level of support for leaving the definition as it is currently written in your report.
In the top one that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, what Tessa just pasted. Yes, that is its current definition. I'm seeing. I'm seeing 1 support. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 can live with, and 1 do not support. Maybe 9 can live with. Okay, so I think in that case we do need to open up. These can live with are not preference, right? So I think we do need to open up the definition. Okay, how to get into this? Let's see here. Yeah,
We just keep going down and.
yeah, keep going down? Okay. Oh, Thea, go ahead.
Time check on how long we have for this.
Yeah, we should be beyond this at this point. 11:30 was when we were hoping to transition to your general feedback on the whole report. I will say though that getting this right is actually like what the whole report is about. So I don't want to cut off something that feels super important, but noting, thank you, Tia, you are reducing your time for other discussion. Go ahead, Ruth.
I don't know if this helps, but what if we said all people, including priority producers and tribal land stewards? No?
No.
I understand.
It's already inclusive, all people. All people.
Well, yeah.
That's the universe.
Yeah, and I just think like this is so focused on priority producers and tribal land stewards
Specifically,
that.
maybe? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, instead of including specifically or especially.
Especially?
It just feels that we're like then ranking, like we're creating like a hierarchy of needs when it's like the report is designed to support priority producers and tribal land stewards. You know, like the effort is that. So I like the language of like agricultural land equity is when priority producers and tribal stewards have tribal land stewards have secure access or have access to secure, affordable, and viable land for the steward, you know, so on and so forth. Like that makes sense to me. Because if we say all people, I mean, it's not the biggest thing in the world. Like you know, but I just think we should be specific, and we can here.
Doria, go ahead, and then we're gonna.
And then we got to vote.
So I really agree with what you just said, James. I feel like this whole report is about priority producers and tribal land stewards. That's who we're talking about. That's what the land equity that we're talking about. We have nothing really in this report that's necessarily for all people.
And even the stuff that Ruth is identifying, the land consolidation, is not necessarily in this definition here, this blurb. So I feel like we could move forward with the priority producer and tribal land stewards, and that all people is, you know, when we're talking about all of California and other aspects.
I think there'll be benefits for all people by passing or making real some of the recommendations in here. It's, you know, that's the kind of thing when you help the people who are struggling the most, you tend to help many others as well. You know, many of the things we propose will help all producers. But this report is about priority producers and tribal land stewards, and we should be clear about it. This is the definition of it.
Nelson, go ahead, and I think then Ruth, and then we really, I think, need to, go ahead, Nelson.
I absolutely agree with that. And I know that we're getting like really into the weeds on this definition, as we should. I want to bring another perspective to look at this from like a bird's eye view or more holistically, and seeing how people are going to interpret it and read this, right? So like, here's the whole report. The first thing people see as they open it up is the definition, right? People are not going to necessarily have a reference on what a priority producer is until they get to our definition, right? They're not going to really, like that's our definition. It's not mentioned, in my knowledge, anywhere else. Like historically underserved, socially disadvantaged is more common, but this is like our definition. So with that in mind, I feel like just saying producer for the definition encompasses that, because when we say at the end of the definition, it says without systemic barriers, disparities, or exploitation, and that references and alludes to those that have experienced that. And it's not all. So we're saying producers and tribal land stewards, and it gives us a pathway forward for us to have a goalpost to reach, rather than saying what is the problem. It's like, without those, then we achieve land equity, and it's very important that we focus on land equity versus equality, as was mentioned. So, just wanted to add that to the conversation. But I want to, you know, make sure that it's known that this is like the first thing that people are going to see, and the definition is like extremely important, because that's how, you know, people are going to understand what the rest of the report is about. Priority.
Okay, we really need, I think, to vote on this, because this is how I think people are now expressing their opinion, but until we can get a lay of the land and see what people are actually thinking, we're going to keep talking about it forever. So can I call this? And okay, let's see. So we have, right now, I think these two options. Option one, we're using the word priority producers and land stewards, and then option two that we just heard was removing the word priority and being more expansive, but noting that this is about producers and land stewards. This isn't about all people. Those are your options. Does that reflect back to you all? Okay, we're just going to start with option one. I would please like to see, is green and red, is it just a numbers game? We're going green and red here, or are we do all of them? Okay, we can do that. Oh, it's back. Okay, option one, if you can indicate your level of support. And Irene will need your help here. So I'm saying 1, 2, 3, 4 support. 1, 2, 3, 4 can live with, and 1, 2, 3 do not support. Irene, is it a support or?
Yes, support.
Thank you. 5 support. Okay, option 2. Can I please get your level of support? Slowly, people are putting things up. All right, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 do not support, 1 support, and 1, 2, 3, 4 can live with. And Irene, is that support or can live with?
Sorry, that was from before. I'd say can live with this one.
Okay. By measures of support, option 1 would win. Okay. We'll adopt the definition as here. And we will update the report, as we said, over lunch, so you can see it reflected right back to you with that language. Thank you all. Let's move on. I think, again, time, so I do think that we do need to move quickly through these next things. Decision 8, which is on page 11, are revisions that were suggested by a task force member based on a public comment letter that was received on November 14th. So these would be changes made to the current text in 6.1, ensure eligibility of urban producers and land stewards. So the proposal was to remove was to remove 6.1D2, award projects in urban agriculture incentive zones additional points, and then to revise 6.2 to state, fund research to evaluate the efficacy and outcomes of urban agriculture incentive zones. So the decision would be, do you want to make these revisions? So we can start just with that indication of support. And if anyone has any, questions or other thoughts, we can. Did you want to say something, Thea? So when you're ready, if you will indicate support for making these revisions as written here.
I guess I will provide that clarity that this came from a public comment letter that was showing that urban agriculture incentive zones aren't necessarily working well to serve those urban growers, and we're very undersubscribed, if I remember that public comment letter correctly. So that was why this is proposed, to do some further research into that before it's proposed as them getting additional points when the current example isn't showing that those are necessarily like a good option for producers. That's my understanding of the public comment letter, but yeah.
So I just think that my understanding of the incentive zones is that they're undersubscribed because of the way they've been structured. It's hard for municipalities and other folks to participate in them. It's not necessarily that they're bad or they're having some kind of a bad outcome. It's that the way they're currently structured is very difficult to even be able to do it. That doesn't mean that when the few folks that have been able to do it, that it's a bad thing. In fact, I believe, I have not heard anything else otherwise, that it is a good thing. And so I don't understand why we would remove this incentive for folks that have been able to use that. That doesn't seem to be causing harm.
Doria, do you know what additional points here means?
I'm assuming it has to do with some kind of a grant proposals, like some kind of a ranking of numbers or whatever. So just like if you're in, if you're ranked in a certain way on the Enviro screen, you get more points. That this would be one of those things that you're actually, you're in an area where it's using that. The municipality has taken the effort to put this incentive zone in place. And then because of that, there's, more points.
Sorry, follow up. Is there specific agricultural incentive zone grants or benefits that we're talking about? Are we talking about for any grant programs that they would be given priorities.
I think the text on the screen is missing a little bit of context. So the first bullet is under 6.1D in the report, and 6.1D reads, revise eligibility criteria in existing state and local grant programs to award projects in urban agriculture incentive zones additional points in state and local grants. So that's what this D2 would be suggesting.
And so just one more thought on this. You know, I believe the thought is that if there's an effort in a municipality in an area to support urban agriculture, there's already an effort because they went through the trouble of becoming an incentive zone, that this could be further support to help develop that capacity. And there's an ecosystem that's willing to support it. I don't understand, you know, one, very few folks are using it. Maybe it would help people, incentivize people to use it more. And I don't see where there's harm, so I'm not sure why the recommendation is to remove it. I'm still looking for the reasoning that would make me change my mind about that.
Ruth, did you want to, and then we can vote on these separately, maybe. Go ahead, Ruth.
I'm not familiar at all with the context behind 6.1D2. But would it make it more clear to say state and local grants that are relevant to agriculture or something like that? Or do we want to keep it broader? It could be water conservation grants. It could be, it just does seem very broad, and would that help to have a more specific mandate to specific grant programs, or like what kind of grants are being talked about? I don't know if can anyone provide more context on what the rationale was for removing it?
I'm not exactly sure. I have to bring up the whole section, remember all the conversations, but I believe this is referring to the grants that we reviewed that provide resources to access agricultural land. Like, I believe that's what that section is referring to. We had a whole effort to review existing grant programs that could help with either land tenure or land access, land acquisition, and I believe that that's referring to that.
At this point, 6.1 says, ensure eligibility of urban producers and land stewards in existing programs and provide tailored funding. C says, in new and existing programs, fund the following activities and costs. At this point, it does not specify an agriculture specific. Oh, I'm sorry, D is revise eligibility criteria in an existing state and local grant program where required.
I think it was meant to be applied to those programs that we were looking at that were specifically focused on this, and maybe it just lost that context in the writing.
To specify, the proposal would be to specify at the appropriate level within 6.1 that these are grant programs that support agricultural land access and practices. Okay, we can add that specification. No.
And then take out, that other part. That looks great.
I think maybe
in our context of our report.
Nelson, then Nathaniel.
Just so I'm not mistaken, removing 6.1D3 is what it shows on mine, or are we asking to combine 3 with 2? I'm confused on that because it says 6.1D2, but in the
is it actually
in here it's actually 3.
Yeah. Was that just an error? And it was just a typo.
It might have been. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for catching the typo. Okay. Nathaniel, did you want to say something? And then I think what we'll do is we'll separate these two proposals. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Nathaniel.
Never mind. That we changed to get rid of conservation helps. I guess the only thing that I wanted to add was, I guess it does, like awarding projects in urban agricultural incentive zones helps promote the idea of the urban agricultural incentive zones, but I don't know that it is something implemented with, like, throughout the whole state, and I feel like I'm thinking of certain census tracts or like certain areas, just like what Gloria is referring to, like when you're applying for a grant, if your project is in that area, it ranks higher, and if maybe it's like just supporting more of naming those urban agriculture incentive zones, because I don't know that it's implemented throughout the whole state.
Let's go ahead and move through these as separate proposals here. So if we can get a, if people can, well, actually, we should still regardless, I believe, update 6.1D to be clear about the type of grant. So that's actually not embedded under 6.1D. That's just a comment of a revision that will be completed over lunch. So what is on the table first, let's play measure of support for removing what is currently 6.1D3, awarding projects in urban agriculture incentive zones. I'm only seeing do not support at this point. I think it was at least enough that it will not pass. There was at least a majority there. Okay, so we will not be removing 6.1D. We will be clarifying the type of grant program being considered. Let's now take that 6.2A question. This would be a revision to that language to state what is written here. So let's get your support for that change to 6.2A.
Sorry, so what's that, what again?
Sorry, just this one, revising 6.2A to have this language.
So are we voting on the red revision of 6.1D, or is that later?
I think I had considered that just to be done. Is there anyone who doesn't want to support the revision to the, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, so how do I say this? It would be great if this allowed us to improve the implementation and the structure of urban agriculture incentive zones. There's problems with it. So if we could evaluate it and evaluate the outcomes and suggest improvements to make it more applicable, that would be, to me, the desired goal. This is not, again, it's not a bad idea. This is something that incentivizes landowners who are holding like vacant properties in urban areas, especially to allow that land to be used for urban agriculture, right? It gives them a tax benefit, but there's some provisions that need to be done, like you have to be a certain size of urban community, which makes, you know, smaller communities like my community in Richmond we don't apply. We're not big enough, even though we're urban. And so there's all these like structural difficulties, structural barriers. So if we could revise this to be, you know, kind of, you know, research, evaluate evaluated the outcomes and suggest improvements so that it could be more impactful, more applicable, then I would be in favor of that.
Okay, so maybe you can say the share study results and recommendations. So we can just adjust this language so that it's not like a sub idea, but rather is embedded in that sentence. That this isn't just research, this is research with recommendations about improvement. Okay. So what we are now what is on the table is you're just looking at this revised 6.2A, and you're looking at that language. So can I get a measure of support for that revision? I see Irene. I'm seeing mostly support and one can live with. Thank you. Okay, we will include that over lunch. All right, everybody. Let's move on. This last one, let's just think about time here for a second. These were some suggestions for organizational revisions that came through. It is 12 o'clock, it's 11:56. Lunch is scheduled at 12:30, and I do think everyone could use a break and some food to keep going. So what I would recommend we do here is maybe just, I'm gonna ask first the question for who would like to leave it as currently organized, and just see if most people are like, it's working for me, I wanna just leave it as it is. I think that's actually a place to start. And then if there's a majority of people who would actually like to reorganize the sections, and what I mean by that, to, I guess, be clear, is there were some proposals to change the order so that here you could say one task force member proposed moving section 3 up to section 1, and then another member proposed reorganizing it so that the sections that apply to the broadest group of people, and this task force member just had some initial thoughts about what that meant, down to the narrowest. So these are some ideas on the table, and I'm just thinking about time. I want to make sure you all have the chance to bring up any other necessary edit. Again, today is your last opportunity. So take a minute, think about this. And then I think the very first thing I'm going to ask you all to support is leaving the structure as currently identified. Where's section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, section 5, section 6, as they are currently noted. Is that clear, everyone?
Sorry, what was that again?
Leaving it as is. The proposal is leaving the section order alone. Leaving as it is currently. I am seeing at this point 3 can live with, the rest support in the room, and Irene. Hand up, I think means support. Okay. Let's move on. Thank you all. You've done so much work to get yourselves here. Just really appreciate that. We are now at a place where, if we can jump to the slides, actually really quick, Tessa, before, thank you. We're now at a place where we can document anything else you all are holding. We've made it through those, like, okay, here are some things that hadn't really been decided yet, and that's awesome, because there were some big things to work through. We are now at the place where you can state any other necessary edits that must be completed before you are ready to vote on this for submission. But before we do that, staff just wanted to note for you all what we are holding as needing to be done. Because we do need a final round of copy editing. We noted, among other kind of small errors that are not about content, they're just about clarification or correction. In this version of the graphic design, for whatever reason, the title on section 2 went away. So, like, obviously that needs to be corrected and put back. There's an incorrect photo caption on page 93. So those kinds of little, like, just get it correct will still need to be done before this report is submitted. Wanted to make sure you all knew we'll do a very thorough review of accuracy. And then a few other just examples of things that we are holding that we know need to be done. So, like, there's a placeholder for a map of engagement on page 11. What that would be, it's in progress, it just hasn't been finalized, is a map of the state that actually has points on it for where you had your meetings, your engagement sessions, and your site visits. So everything that is written there as text, but just a visualization. We noted, but it wasn't done in this round, people had requested last time that each title page for each section actually says, so if you're looking at section 1, it will say 1.1, and then the words there, 1.2, so that each section actually has that little list of sub-recommendations on each title or section page. So that's not done. We know that needs to be done. Standardizing captions for photos. There's a couple in there that aren't quite aligned with the others. We'd make sure they're right. And then also, we'd like to make some photo swaps to make sure that actually the full range of site visits and things are actually in here. So we have to already a list that we're holding. And then also, we're proposing the appendices cover actually be replaced with a photo from a site visit. So those kinds of changes we would like to make and are planning to make before the submission of this report. It is now your opportunity to tell us what else either to the text itself, that's most important, right? Like, we gotta get the words right if you're holding anything. Or more generally, something that you've noted that you'd like us to document as needing to be revised. Oh, before we jump there, noting the report title. So in our one-on-ones, we did share some options. This one won by the numbers, barely. It was pretty close, actually, in people's preferences. And just one small thing from staff, it had said recommendations from the California Agricultural Land Equity Task Force, and staff identified it'd probably be better and more consistent with other reports to say recommendations of. So that's like a tiny thing. We just changed the word of there. But it is an opportunity if anyone has another title idea, has any other things they'd like to say. The floor is yours. Doria, go ahead, and then I'll do my best to keep cue. Then Lauren.
A layout thing. I'm wondering if we have to center justify the second page. It seems
wrong.
like middle school.
Okay. Just, you're not a fan of the center justified?
Well, the way that it just feels a little, honestly, for me, it feels like not natural to read. It's very broken up. It looks like you're trying to write a poem. And it just doesn't seem, very professional.
Okay. One moment, Tessa is going to be documenting for you all these suggested changes.
The only other thing I had was that when I was looking, as we were talking about specific sections, I found it kind of difficult to find the exact number, you know, when you're trying to flip through. And I wondered if there's something to be done on, you know, like the page numbers or something like that that could indicate where we are in the recommendation numbers. Even just the larger, because it was like I had to refer to, I defined where it said, you know, recommendation number 1 or recommendation number 2 in the full text, and then find the sub numbers. And it would be great to be able to look at the page number in some way, or at the top of the page or something, so it's easier to find things.
Okay, so including in the header or footer, like what section you're in addition to the page number. And I will say to that too, Doria, I'm so glad you said this. It didn't make it on our slide. One of the very last things we'll do is embed internal links, so that if it says see 3.1b, that's an internal link that brings you right to 3.1b. So I'm sorry, should have said that. That's been the plan all along. But regardless, that's still helpful to put it in the footer.
Just on the justification, to be clear, so you would like left justification rather than centered? These are important details.
I would like somebody with more graphic design skills than me to lay it out a little nicer. To me, it just looks like it needs a little work.
Okay.
On the table for the federally recognized tribes, which starts on page 32, and I don't know if we'll have time, but I did a quick count. It looks like there's 108, and I'm thinking there should be 109, or there are 109 federally recognized tribes. So maybe that's just it needs an explanation somewhere. The other thing is, I would like the column for population, I would like that to title to include reservation or rancheria population. So there's a difference between, it's not misinterpreted as enrollment. And then just formatting on that, Manzanita, it's regular text, and then it starts bold text after that. I'm not sure. I don't think that should be the case. And then for the Pit River, it says Pit River and XL Rancheria. Those are, the Pit River tribe includes the XL Ranch, or the Pit River tribal nation includes the XL Ranch. XL Ranch is part of the Pit River tribe, so we can combine those if that's the intent. I'm not.
Let
I'm
me
not
just,
sure.
yeah, thanks for all that, Lawrence. Let me clarify that this is exactly how the U.S. Census identifies these things. So what I can do is go back and confirm that this is how it is in the census. Does that sound okay, Lawrence? Just, because that's really what we say there, is that this is exactly how the U.S. Census categorizes these groups. Like, we're not messing with the U.S. Census.
But XL Ranch is not a group.
It is according to the census, though.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like, we didn't manipulate this data at all. It's just directly from the U.S. Census. Does that make sense?
No.
Tejon is not. Darlene is moving Tejon. What, how about this? What if I can?
I mean, I understand, well, I don't understand. It doesn't make sense because it's a report. And I guess in other areas, we're not just copy and pasting from other reports. We're like paraphrasing and making it our own. And the exercise, the intent, I thought this would be to educate the reader about the federally recognized tribes in California and their current land holdings.
We do not have the expertise, and we do not have the consent from all of these tribes. This is my opinion, to manipulate data that isn't already public. So what we can do is represent out public data, but it would take a very large lift to go in and manipulate that data to better reflect accuracy. At this point, what we're saying in this report is there are a lot of inaccuracies in the way that the census documents tribes and their land holdings. But I think if this report then does some modifications, not others, it's opening up a lot of potential debate and disagreement and conflict around who is better represented than others. So I would recommend here from staff perspective, there is no way in which we can approve this report in a way that substantially revises this table, because the public would not see you making those revisions. Right now, we are representing out the U.S. Census data. If there are further revisions to this, I do not think you would not want to include it in this approved report. The public will have not seen you make those revisions, unless you're ready today to make them, and we need other kinds of disclaimers. Leah, were you going to say something?
I'm just wondering if there's another source of this information that's more accurate than the census data that we can pull from. So we're pulling from a different public report that might reflect more accurately.
Not to our knowledge, not comprehensively this way, other than the tribe's own individual reportings, which vary by tribe in terms of their wish to make it public or not.
So you can't, are you saying you don't know the list of federally recognized tribes in the state of California?
No, I'm saying this is the list of federally recognized tribes in California according to the U.S. Census. We'll look into whether.
I don't know about that. I mean, I would agree that it's a table from the U.S. Census, but I don't think it's the U.S. Census's attempt to list all the federally recognized tribes in the state.
Can I clarify the source of this data?
Okay. Can I make a proposal then? Could we use the census data, but list all of the federally recognized tribes in the state of California, which is going to be 109. And if they're not in this report, just note, not reported in census. Because then we'll have a list of the federally recognized tribes in California, and if the data is not in this table, note it, but list them, because right now, somebody's going to count it up and say, hey, there's 108, and Pitt River Tribe and XL Ranch are one entity, so then really you're missing two tribes, federally recognized tribes, which is just incorrect.
Okay. So what I'm hearing there.
And it's disrespectful to those tribes that are not on this list.
So what I'm hearing there is to confirm this table as accurately representative of the census, but also look at the list of federally recognized tribes in California, and if there is any discrepancy between those lists, to explicitly note that discrepancy. Is that right, Lawrence?
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you. Thanks for talking through that and clarifying. Appreciate that. Nathaniel, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Lawrence is saying, and then also note that we do, in recommendation 2, note that the census data is inaccurate for the restorative land fund, and maybe that's just a text box like what Lawrence is saying, noting that the U.S. census doesn't accurately report on all of those tribes or producers, tribes in this case.
Okay, we'll make sure that that is very clear. It is in there now, but that we'll just make sure that that's emphasized. Other task force members. Tessa is, as always, doing a great job capturing conversation as it unfolds here. So just noting. Lawrence, go ahead and then.
Just reading the note for the column header to the change the column for population. I would say reservation or rancheria population instead of just, because there's two different things.
Yeah, Tessa's just saying what we will do as part of reviewing this table is to make sure that when we're looking at how the U.S. Census defines its data, that it does in fact mean reservation or rancheria population and not enrollment. Whatever it is, we're just going to make that very clear, the way that it's described. Does that make sense, Lauren?
Yeah.
So that we're not.
Yeah.
Thank you. So staff will, when we review that table for inaccuracies and then make sure it's clear, we will also make sure it's clear what population means according to the census.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Other task force members. Go ahead, Thea.
Just a small note about encouraging the graphic designers to place the pictures of people a little more. I mean, I know it's easier to use landscape type pictures, but we're talking about people in this report, and there's a lot more landscape pictures than actual people. And so if there's opportunities to highlight the people more, I know we don't have maybe a lot of photos, but to the extent of that we can do that, that's just a thought.
Thank you, Thea. Yeah. There is still the opportunity, I would say, 2 days? You have 2 days. If you are holding any photos of site visits and we will make sure we have permission, right, before, we wouldn't put any photos that we haven't gotten permission from those. So feel free to send us your photos. Either you are the permission holder and you say it's okay, or we will confirm our permissions and include them. Go ahead.
Just want to be clear that us saying permission on behalf of the permission holder is probably not going to hold up.
I think if you can get it written down somewhere, that would
Yeah,
work.
I think it needs to be explicitly with the consent of the
You
person
need
in
explicit
the
consent.
photo.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Yes. But yet, regardless, we actually already have a list of photo swaps, and some amount of that will be putting more people in the report. But Thea, to your point, we have a lot of landscapes and less people. So if you all have photos that you would like to see in here, I think we could get those up until, Monday end of day? Can we give people Monday end of day to send us photos? Okay. Go ahead, Leah.
Do those need to be from site visits of the Land Equity Task Force?
They do not. We do have a photo contributed by Irene that is in there now, that isn't from us. So if it's representative of the work that you are doing and that is related to the text, then it does not need, at least as far as our understanding, it does not need to be.
And I just want to encourage everyone, exactly to your point, to send photos of yourself to us, because I think there are a couple task force members who are not in this report, and we want you to all show up in it. So I know Nelson has sent us photos of him in the field, and that was like a great addition. So please do so, and we'll try to get you in there.
Standard consent form or something?
Yeah, we do. And we can also just do it by email if that's easier.
Other comments? Requests? Necessary changes? Irene, feel free if you're holding anything just to unmute and jump in whenever.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give people, we have time, so I'm gonna just like let everyone kind of review as we're, yeah, go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, I'd like to change my title on page 9. So let's see. I think the best way to do it would be former tribal council member, and then comma for Bidwell Indian community of the Fort Bidwell Indian Reservation.
No, say Fort Bidwell.
Yeah, it's a long name, so it's Fort Bidwell Indian Community of the, it's kind of double of the, and then there's the Fort Bidwell Indian Reservation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Yeah, those kinds of details. Everyone do check your titles, right? These are the kinds of details we want to get them right. Go ahead, James. Yeah.
The center justification thing, I know we talked about that already. It just feels like it's like off a little bit. Like it feels like it's all moved to the right. Like it's not actually center justified. But the one other nugget I would just say, I'm totally happy to defer to whoever's putting it together, but having like a little line in between, because it doesn't read left to right, right? It's like columnar, right? The way the report reads. So I don't know. That might help. Because if we do it the other way, it might make it a bit bigger, right? I don't know. So very. Oh, sorry. Like Doria earlier had brought up the center the center line thing, and that it's harder to read that way. And I was just thinking if we have like a line that distinguishes column 1 from column 2. Does that make sense? It's also like we can ignore what I just said entirely. It's okay.
What we can do is just go, well, if you are all comfortable with this, what we'll do is go to the graphic designer and say people expressed that it was difficult to read this and understand, like, and then maybe it's a line, maybe there's some other way that they can just better justify this text so that it is clearer. Does that sound like a good path forward there? So we will share with the graphic designer feedback that at this point it's a bit hard to read. Center justify is not anybody's preference. How can this be clearer distinction in these columns? Yeah? Okay. Go ahead, Nelson. I think the first issue is on the second page where the definition of agricultural land equity is. If you notice, it's centered on the page versus like centered on the left.
Oh, and I'm misusing center justification to describe
the columns.
Yeah.
We're not. Well, maybe someone in here is a graphic designer. I shouldn't say none of us, but I.
Right? The column?
I am not.
I mean, like if we have a.
So we are at 12:21. We do need to make sure we have time for public comment. We want to get a group photo, and then we're going to have lunch. But I'm just going to wait because maybe someone is still. Now is the moment. If anyone is holding something that must change before you are ready to vote on this document. Is that a tag up, Lawrence? Oh, no, okay. Now is the moment. And Irene, please do feel free to flag if you, or just go ahead and unmute if you'd like to contribute.
Are we actually approving it after this?
The next step would be to, well, let me be very clear. The next step will be during lunch, staff do the work we all just described together. Come back from lunch and show you on the screen, here are the results of today's discussion. Here are the things that we can't change over lunch, like we're not going to be non-center justifying, right? But noting these are the things that must change. And then the vote.
Just to make sure, back to your comments, Lawrence, too, wanting to make sure that we get that 100% right in the table. And so our process for that, if we can seek to complete that, I'm just now finding numerous sources, and obviously there's discrepancies in these, but if we were to take that, are we able to then bring that to you and Darlene as for a final review before that goes in, just to check that for accuracy? Does that work with our process? And so what would be being voted on today is that that will happen post this meeting, that table will be updated based on additional information that we can find and then run by.
Okay, yeah. Because we're basically using the data that's there. We're finding out what tribes are missing. We're going to add them, and it's going to, they're not on tables, so it's just going to say non-applicable, and then combine the data for Pit River and XL Ranch.
I just sent a list of the Federal Register to Tessa,
Okay,
because that'll have the 109.
right. Thank you.
The federal. Well, the Federal Register has all the list of the 109 in California, but it doesn't have all the statistical data. So if we can just at least get the names right and combine it,
Note the variability, the difference between those lists and the list of data. Okay, we will look at this over lunch.
Can I make a quick note? And that is my little issue around this center justified thing. It also happens on page 14. So same format, different page.
We can review all moments of that center justified and correct that.
Just to understand, we're approving it after all of that is done and we come back after lunch. Is that correct?
Either done or documented as needing to
Right,
do that.
but after lunch.
After lunch.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so you have a moment to clear your head, reflect, eat, get some energy. Chi, did you have something?
Going to quietly recommend to Tessa, but she says I need to, for public records, I need to say it here. So on page 80, the picture, can we change to Asian leafy greens growing in greenhouse in Gilroy? Because I realize other pictures are all listing the cities, and I think it's good to follow the same pattern.
Thank you, Chi. Yes, we'll make that change. Okay, let's check in if there's public comment. When you get a chance, Tess, we'll go to that slide, but finish up this. First, I can check if there's any public comment online on this item. The working session, specific to the working session. And is there any public comment in the room? Doesn't look like it. So I believe there's no public comment on this item, and we can now complete this agenda item and break for lunch. As you're all getting ready, we'd really like to take a group photo. I know we're not all here today, but feels important to get one more photo. And so if we can do that before you walk out, lunch is on your own. As you all know, we have a full hour and 15 minutes, so we will be returning at what time are we returning at? 1:45? 1:45, we're returning. And as a quick reminder, we do, thanks to the team, they've set up a little reflection booth. It's just a place that you all, if you are holding something, or one of these ideas for you is like the one you're really passionate about and you want to say that, or you just want to reflect on the work you've done and what you hope comes next. this is a space for you to do that. Again, what it will be used for is the creation of a short little video kind of explaining the task force's process, and that will come to you all after the completion of this process, so it can be part of your media kit that the comms team is helping to develop for you all. So that's what's happening over lunch. Any comments or questions or anything before we take our group photo and have lunch and then come back?
We do group photo first?
Yeah, let's do group photo first, just to make sure we all, we're all here. Yeah, okay, I think we're good. Let's take our photo.
Where are we taking it?
I think we're gonna.
Do you want that hand in the photo? Stand in front of there.
Or wherever you think would be good. We can come maybe over or against the doors is an option. I think one against the table is okay. As a group. If everyone wants to stay seated just for a moment, they're gonna take a photo of you all seated and then we'll stand up and take a photo. Well, and then we're gonna stand up.
Like this?
Do your hands like this. No, do your hands like that. No, do your hands like this.
Hold the rope? What has my nephew been holding the rope?
Oh, yeah.
Is that a thing? Was that
I don't even know.
Anyone have a preference for where we are? We can just go against that wall, or do you have a preference? Yeah? Okay, let's do it.
No preference for me.
Butterfly, the butterfly. Butterfly.
Someplace with good light?
Recording in progress.
Hello, everyone. Just coming back from lunch. Task force members are mostly all back. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch and got a moment to refuel for this next exciting moment of seeing the outcome of all of the work you just did before lunch, confirming any work left to be done, and then we'll be opening it up for that vote. Let me, before I begin, just pausing for a quick moment, I'm going to let the interpretation team make a quick announcement about Spanish interpretation, and then we'll jump into the work. Please go ahead.
Por favor, si alguien conectado por Zoom necesita interpretación en español, que nos avise, por favor, usando el chat. Otra vez, si alguien conectado por Zoom necesita interpretación en español, por favor, que nos avise en el chat en Zoom. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Okay, this is exciting. So our plan right now is to show you, over lunch, staff were busy trying to kind of work through some of the things that needed just a little bit of fixing, so that you could see it represented to you all in front of you today for the record to see what those changes will be. I'll note that I'm just editing a PDF, so it's not, the text is different. It doesn't look great, but what's really important is the text is there. And then, of course, all of the design elements will be perfected in the coming weeks as we're getting ready to submit the report after your approval. So we're going to walk through those PDFs just so you can see those changes reflected back to you from the outcomes of today's morning discussion, working session. And then we will go through any remaining edits that were not completed over lunch, but that need to be completed for submission. So the very first one is to show you, granted, alignment has not been solved, but the language should reflect the outcome of the discussion that you all had earlier today. So I think what we'll do is just move through this. I think it's important for you and for the public to know what you are approving. So I think we'll just kind of move through, but please stop me if there's something that happens that you're like, oh wait, that didn't look right, or actually, didn't we decide blank? If you have a question, if you have a comment. Noting we also over lunch received one other correction to title, so that has been made, as well as the one requested during the session. Again, you have, it should say, I apologize, it should say priority producers and tribal land stewards there. One thing that we'll have on our list of to be completed edits is to make sure that every place where you see this phrase, you have tribal land stewards. I was not able to add that word in over lunch, every place you see it. So that's a still to be completed edit. It is changed there. And then here is that paragraph of additional text that you all had discussed, describing the differences of opinion about the definitions of producer and land steward. So noting that that paragraph has been incorporated into your text. Just pause there for a moment because I know it's a bit longer than other things you've seen thus far.
Sorry, this is on what page?
13. It's on page 13. Every so often I had to like move around a box or something just to get all the text on the page. So one of the things that will happen after this, and we will remind you all, is any edits to graphic design in order to accurately make these changes. All right. Oh, just noting, everywhere where it said that this has not yet been approved, that'll be gone. That will be X'd out for you all. Added a note here about, this was in 3.1D, the comment to make it a bit clearer that these are all research ideas. I don't know that this has been done as sort of forcefully as you all were hoping, so take a look at this and let me know if it's right. I just added that language, research topics should include, and then it used to say enforcing state and federal, requiring farmland owned, requiring investment entities. So there's a bit more of a distance there too, like looking into these as mechanisms, researching these as mechanisms. Ruth, do you have another suggestion?
I would rather actually say based on what we discussed before, what if we said at each of the beginning of those bullet points, research on the enforcement of, research on.
Okay.
Yeah. I think otherwise it kind of is similar to what it was before. I mean, I don't feel
That's great.
strongly
No,
about it, but
we
I think if we're trying to be strategic and avoid it looking like any possible misinterpretation, which there has already been a good amount of, which maybe we'll talk about that later, but I think it's good to be strategic and be very, very clear that we're not recommending those things as policies, but as research topics. Sorry, I should have talked into a mic.
It's okay. Just hearing and seeing some nodding, that what we will do, so I won't do it this second, but we'll record it as a task to be completed after this meeting. We'll say research into the enforcement, or research on the requirement for farmland for every one of those. We'll say research at the start. We'll make that change. I'm seeing approval around the room for that. Okay, and also just noting that the language is still a little bit different because 2 is about farmland and 3 is about farmland owners, but they both now state investment entities, as was discussed in the meeting. Does that make sense? Was someone still reviewing that? Did anyone?
I think I might need a little more time on the screens.
Okay.
With the,
no problem.
With the change.
So actually, Tessa, scroll down a little bit, will you? So if you remember during our discussion, 3 used to say, requiring farmland owners in excess of defined acreage, their assets to be considered Exchange Act. So the task force wanted that to be specified as investment entities, land holdings. So it's there now.
Yeah.
Just noting that.
Got it.
Yeah, sorry if I had been confusing previously. Anyone else need to stay here for a moment and just confirm? Or?
I think, sorry.
Go ahead and speak in the mic, thanks.
I think some of this language actually sounds more like enacting a policy than it did before. Like the enactment of, the establishment of, the requirement of. I think if it's not prefaced by research on the possibility of or something, or research on the potential methods of, I think it's going to actually sound a little stronger. So I think grammatically it all works with how it's framed up at the top, but if our goal is to make it very clear that these are just potential areas to explore, I think we should be more clear that this is potential researching a topic. Because I understand that it's all framed by the sentence up at the top of all the bullet points, but if somebody didn't read that, or if they were using AI which is, I think, for a long report, we can assume people will use AI to pull out summaries. I think the more clear we can be in each section, the better.
So can I confirm that would mean it would say research on the possibility of enforcement? Would you like
something like that?
You'd like to add one more layer of like not research on enforcement, but rather research on the possibility.
Can you scroll up to the top framing point again?
What if it was a little more direct? What if it was research topics should include, and then it just says state and federal antitrust laws, farmland owned, investment entities, so that it was more about the topic that we're researching, and then if we needed to add kind of caveated language later, it would say, where applicable, enforcement of, or so it was more directly towards the topic of research rather than the mechanism?
I think the goal is to make sure that when the topic is laid out, that it's a potential area, we don't know if it's going to work, and that the research is what's happening. So although those enforcement requirement enactment or whatever, those were added recently. I think they weren't there before, is that right? Or it's a little different?
It just used to say enforcing. So it
Oh,
used to
okay.
say, and other financial entities, enforcing state and federal antitrust laws, requiring farmland owned.
What about just the potential for enforcement, the potential for requiring, potential for
Research
like
on
that?
the potential for enforcing state and federal antitrust laws? Okay.
Either that or you say research somehow at the beginning of each bullet point,
Okay.
or both. I just think that the goal was to make sure that within each Roman numeral bullet point, that
Okay.
the word either research or potential or both is in the text.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I do think it's important to know because that language will be repeated everywhere. So I do want to just make sure that we have actually the way we're proceeding here. I propose that it's a research on the potential
Or appropriate.
and the appropriate. Okay, this is going to take a little time to just make sure that it's exactly right. Okay, just hearing an interest in, I guess, making it extremely clear this is research into potential, and we'll do our best to get the language right.
That sound like what you.
What do you, any other thoughts there? What language would you like to see? I want to make sure the public also understands as they're listening what your report is going to say. So that's why I'm trying to do it on the spot. Did you want to say?
Is this not what you said before, Ruth, perhaps? But you could just change that instead of saying research topics should include, it should just say topics should include and then research into starting each of those things. Does that get there or not?
So if I was writing this for my own publication, I would do what you're saying. But I think we're being extra redundant so that when people read a short section of this, they don't have to go back to that bullet point D to get the heading.
Right.
So whatever it says in D, I think, it already says fund research, but if you want to take research out of that gold part in D and just say topics should include, and then it's less redundant to put research in each bullet point. But my concern is not about redundancy, it's about misinterpretation. So I don't know if I'll just bring it up. I don't know if everyone read the letter from Secretary Rollins to Governor Newsom. That's what we want to, we don't want to avoid that kind of misinterpretation. So being extra clear that we're not recommending enactment of anything. We're recommending research on those topics that we don't know if they're actually going to be the appropriate way to address land equity. We don't know until the research is done.
Yes. So I think what Tessa is now typing is at the start of each of those sub-bullets, those Roman numerals, that will start with research into the potential of, and then the mechanism. Just pausing for a moment, make sure everyone's tracking that. Okay. Let's move on if anyone has any further comment there. Okay. Thank you all for taking the time to get the language right. This is it. This is the moment. So it is important we have accurately portray your intention and your words. Okay, just noting here that we will be removing the statement about these not yet being approved. You can keep moving through, Tessa. These were changes that were made, thank you. It starts actually down on G. I know that's a little bit complicated, but again, the intention was to make it very clear this is research. So research topics should include an evaluation of implementation and then mechanisms to establish. This might be another moment where you want to put research again, but I'm seeing maybe an interest in that. Go ahead, Thea.
Just think, I agree to be very clear here.
Okay.
It's okay if we're redundant.
Research or study evaluating, or research evaluating implementation, and then research into mechanisms to establish. Okay, we will repeat that research language here as well. Is everyone tracking? We're okay? All right. Let's keep moving then. Thank you, Tessa, for jumping through. Oh, just a quick note, we corrected the captions in the case study as was requested. A quick note here, this came up, that 6.1 discussion about urban agriculture incentive zones. So if you will please check and make sure this is an accurate representation of the grant programs that are relevant to this recommendation. So we added this language, and new and existing programs that fund or incentivize land access and conservation fund the following activities and costs. So that's one addition there. If you remember about the conversation previously, there was no specificity there about the types of programs that were being targeted. And then if you'll scroll down to 6.2, so this new language was added, changed to fund research to evaluate efficacy, structure, and outcomes with that note, and suggest improvements on urban agriculture incentive zones. Any comment on any of these things so far before we just keep moving through? Yeah, Doria. Yes.
I have a little bit of a fear of this being too tight of a definition, because there aren't so many programs there's a handful of programs that actually fund land access and acquisition and conservation. But there are a lot more programs that fund kind of surrounding activities or development of practices. And I just worry that if we make it too tight, then something that could have applied had we not made it so tight.
Do you have a suggestion for how to back out a bit, or what is the suggestion to actually be to not narrow in? And I'm noticing now I did not catch this over lunch, but I believe the same would apply on.
If we add support the development of small scale, or
support the development of, keep going, Doria.
I don't know if I should say kind of agriculture, California agriculture, because then it would be a catch-all, it would be able to still focus it on agricultural things, but there's many, many more programs. There's not so many programs that fund acquisition and conservation. They're very small. There's more programs that fund other types of development practices.
How is this what Tessa's putting, that fund or incentivize agriculture, land access, and conservation? No. Oh, it's in her text box. I'm sorry. Over in the, it says it's me, but it's.
I truly am getting old. I can't see that.
It's very tiny. So the proposal would be that fund or incentivize agriculture, land access, and conservation. That will.
Like food system stuff though too.
Agriculture related funding, can we be that broad?
A lot of urban ag comes from like food access.
It's also food access and food hubs and things like that, yeah.
So agriculture related, we liked that, or the additional food systems, okay. Okay, agriculture, now I would say, and just to be very clear, I do believe we would want to have the reflected language also in D, because I just realized I made that mistake. It would say that fund or incentivize agriculture, food systems, land access, and conservation. I'm seeing support. I'm not seeing any, oh yeah, go ahead, Nathaniel.
I guess the only, challenge with conservation in there as urban agriculture, like in places where there's urban agriculture, there isn't normally conservation because it's in cities where there isn't conservation really allowed. It'd be good to incentivize conservation, but just want to name that of, not to get too in the weeds, but, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that point. If it's okay to leave it there, I might suggest it just because I think the broad umbrella of conservation could include things like urban greening, funding, or other water. You know, I think you're right. No, it's kind of an odd matchup, but I do think it could be inclusive of those kinds of programs.
To say, ooh, whoa. Maybe to say that, you know, there are a lot of actually conservation grants that go to urban areas to conserve watershed restoration, watershed projects, or like you said, urban greening, even the expansion of some green infrastructure, depending on how it connects to creeks and creating like habitat corridors and stuff like that. So it's not so cut and dry that conservation doesn't happen at all in urban areas.
Any other comment or reflection on these topics, or we'll keep moving? Okay, let's keep going through. Thank you for that correction. That, and then the appendices, if you'll please open that. Thank you. So the glossary had a few changes, so just wanted to make sure that we made those very clear. So again, I know this is hard to see up on the screen. What it is the definition of land steward that was decided to be included with the small revisions. Oh wait, no, the small revisions aren't there. Oh man, it should say tribal land steward, and then it shouldn't say through direct should be gone. Yeah. Apologies. It's already there through ancestral, so just remove direct and then add tribal, which will, of course, change its location in the appendix, in the glossary. Thank you. My mistake there, missing those edits. And here is producer. Oh, could you go back, Tessa? I think people were still. There was one edit, and we added agricultural practices at the bottom there. And actually, will you scroll up, Tessa? There should also be visible if you remember that orange text, you all decided to also incorporate that into your definition of priority producers and land stewards. So it is reflected there to you all. James, are you doing that because you want to say something? Oh, no. Okay. All right. Let's keep going, if you will, please, Tessa. Thank you. Okay, a couple small edits to Appendix F. If you remember, these came up when we were talking about 3.3. We corrected to years of farm business experience, and then there were a few edits to the language in this paragraph here that's highlighted. Okay, and I believe that concludes all of the in-text edits. So now what we need to do is reflect back to you the things that weren't just changed, and of course, recognize also that there are some documented edits within that to the language done over lunch that need to be complete. So this is a summary of everything you achieved this morning, which you just saw reflected back to you. That language in 2.5F was included. The 3.1A Farmland for Farmers was included. There was the 3.1D. There were some revisions to that, and those additions were incorporated. Again, this is all what you just saw. Just wanted to kind of state for the record, have it be very visible in a few formats so everyone is aware. Decision 4 related to that retirement fund, you just saw that in the appendix. The Williamson Act, note that that emphasis on research being another kind of need there. And then the definitions of producer and land steward. So these is just another way of representing back to you what you just saw. Yes, please, Leah.
Sorry, the last thing that we had looked at in the document, there was a typo. Review for typos, but stewardship slip of some letters.
Thank you, Leah. Leah caught one typo for us in stewardship, so we will be doing a full copy edit, but always good to know where to look. So thank you. We'll make sure we take a look at that. No, it's okay. Okay. The Decision 7, agricultural land equity, you also saw that updated. I'll note that we will be sure to, every place that's mentioned, make sure it is the same and is accurate. So I will make sure to represent that back. That will be in the final report. You saw those revisions to that 6.1 urban agriculture, plus a couple of revisions that we just all did together. And then there was no decision to change the organizational structure. Okay. Here are changes. Oh, these are also complete changes. So we changed those titles for Leah and Lawrence, and then we updated the caption. So these were all represented to you in what you just reviewed. If you'll skip forward one, Tessa, now what we will do is tell you the things that were not done and what you just reviewed, but to be very, very clear what you're agreeing to, it's really important for us to walk through the changes that need to happen. So in graphic design, making sure that it's clear what report section you're in by where you see the page number or some other way of denoting that. Working on that center justify issue, making it clearer, adding more photos with people in them. And then making it a bit clear, those columns being kind of hard to read and follow, to make sure that we talk with the graphic designer. Is there some other clearer way to make sure that that is legible to the audience? A note about the federally recognized tribes table. So over lunch, staff really looked into this data and what was possible with it. What will happen after this meeting is that we will put into the report that list of the 109 federally recognized tribes from the Tribal Federal Register, and we will leave alone that table that is specific to the census, noting that those things do not match one-to-one.
I think the key distinction there that we found is the list from the Federal Register is of federally recognized tribes. The list in the census is of tribal areas. So they're distinct things. So we can't just mesh them together in that way, so we will include both.
With clarity on that point. Okay. Then definitions. So as I mentioned, we didn't go through every single reference and change yet to priority producer and tribal land steward, but that will be done. As well as then, of course, making sure every place that we are referring to the approved definitions that you approved today, it is consistent in every place that it's mentioned. Okay. Any quick questions or comments or things that were missed that you're all holding? And then I'm going to show you the recommended action. Maybe before I walk us through that process. Let me get my facilitation plan. Apologies, everyone. Public comment? Good question. The action, the public comment, then you get someone moves, you get a second, you pause for public comment. The task force can, after public comment, have any further discussion, and then you take roll call.
Oh.
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes, let me clarify really quick. We go to the next slide. let me, sorry, sorry, Nelson, before we get there. Here is staff's recommended action. I'm going to read it aloud just to make sure everyone is very clear. And then actually when you call for the motion, Nelson, the motion would be to approve staff's recommendation, if that is the motion that someone wishes to put on the table. So let me read this aloud. Approve the text in the final report as revised and presented here today for submission to the governor and legislature in accordance with applicable statutory requirements, and authorize SGC staff to make and incorporate any necessary formatting, compliance-related, and copy editing modifications to the final report to ensure it is suitable for submission. If you will go to the next slide really quickly, I want to make sure everyone understands what that little phrase in there, necessary formatting, compliance-related, and copy editing modification means. It means everything we've documented in this meeting today, as is in that motion language, and then just any really errors we've caught a few today here, right? A missing title page or something like that. So it's really giving SGC staff the authority to go back and make sure that this is accurate in every way and ready for submission. So I just want to be very clear that that's what we're talking about for you and for the public, so you know what it is you're agreeing to. Are there any questions about this before we go back to that recommended action language? Yeah, go ahead, Nelson.
Will the staff include the legal staff in this process for like compliance-related issues?
Good question. So I should clarify, compliance-related is mainly for ADA compliance.
Okay.
Yeah, so legal isn't really involved in that. Our comms team is like basically the ones who helped us get to that ADA compliance.
Okay.
Yeah, good question. So when I say compliance, I don't mean like compliance between what you propose and any given law. It's more like the compliance necessary for accurate submission, which we do. We will make sure we follow process for that, as well as an ADA or any other kind of compliance related to the publication of the report. That's a good question. Nathaniel, I'm guessing your name card is from. No, you're good. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so if we can maybe go back to that staff. Yeah, that one's fine. So here's the recommended action, and then Nelson, I will pass it to you.
Do we have a motion to approve this staff recommendation as written? Do we have a motion? Who's going to kick off the motion?
I so motion.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All right. Further discussion?
Let's pause for public comment. Do we have any online public comment for the action item? No online public comment. Do we have any public comment in the room? Seeing none in the room, is there any further task force discussion before we move to roll call? Okay, exciting. All right, so we'll go around the room. We'll start with Chair Nelson Hawkins.
I approve.
Chizo?
Aye.
Leah Schwartzman? I approve. Bruce Darquist-Willard?
I approve.
James Nakahara?
I approve.
Nathaniel Brown?
I approve.
Lawrence Harlan?
I approve.
Dorian Payan?
Aye.
Doria Robinson? Sorry, it's been a long day.
I approve.
Thea Rittenhouse?
I approve.
Darlene Franco?
I approve.
Is Irene online? Irene?
Yes, I approve.
Thank you. The motion so carries. Well done, everybody. Well done. Well done. Oh, and then you got to fly in my little congratulations.
Yeah. Hold on.
Woo! Well done, everybody. That is exciting. Whew. Okay. Well, guess what? It is 2:30.
We're early.
So we're early, so we can move into our next steps discussion. If everyone, how are you all feeling? Do you want a little break? Do you want to just keep going? Let's get through. How do you all feel?
Rolling. Keep rolling.
Keep rolling. Yeah. All right, let's do this. So let's scroll right through that. Okay, I know I feel like we should all be done now.
I know,
That's thing. I want to keep talking to
How
you.
are we done?
Oh, okay. There's just a few last things to say here before we open up for any public comment on this and open up for general public comment. Thank you all for hanging on here with us through this. So we now have a job to do. SGC staff have a job to do, which is to deliver your final report as modified, right, in your motion, that you just enacted right here, to deliver that final report to the governor's office and follow the procedures for electronic submission to the Secretary of the Senate, the Chief Clerk of the Assembly, and the Office of Legislative Counsel. That's how we deliver your report to the legislature. So just being very clear that that is now what staff will do by January 1. We're aiming to do that actually 1 week from today, but we'll, depending on graphic design timelines and things like that, it will be done by January 1st. We will, of course, confirm with all of you when it's in, and it will feel really good, and send it out to all of you. If you'll please move forward. A quick note, you all have a meeting to celebrate and reflect on the work that you've achieved over the past more than 2 years. That's scheduled for Tuesday, February 24th in the afternoon in Sacramento, and I'm just now confirming that it will likely be at Sac State, on Sac State's campus. We should be able to use space there, so of course we'll confirm those details. Thea, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just, well, maybe we don't need to say this now, but like, is there a way for after that meeting, can we all get together? Is there a rule about after Bagley Keene that we can't gather for dinner or something else?
It would be, I think, social gatherings as long there. You cannot discuss task force work because you are still task force members until February 25th, at which point your work will conclude. But that is the formal response I have to give you. Yes, Ruth?
Isn't it the case all along that we can meet socially if we're not discussing task force business?
Yes, the same rules apply until you are no longer task force members, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Make sure we don't limit ourselves.
Okay.
Too much.
So, as of Wednesday, February 25th, so the great thing is that it seems almost everyone can join us for that February 24th meeting, which is exciting. And we invite you all to invite the people you would like to have in that room. We're planning to do something similar to what we did here today. We'll have reflection on the agenda, so task force members can come in and use that time to reflect on your work related to land equity, what you hope comes next. And we'll also have an opportunity for public comment. We will have interpretation in both Spanish and Mandarin at that event to be more inclusive of the communities that have participated. And we are inviting participants in your process, site visit hosts, survey, the people who completed the survey, right? People who have engaged in your process will be invited to that. And then we're still working out the specifics of what this presentation would be, but you are all invited the next day to come to that Strategic Growth Council meeting, which will again be here in Sacramento at the Cal EPA, to present about your recommendations. And at that point, that will be the formal conclusion of your roles on the task force. Leah.
So we don't know what kind of, presentation? Are we talking groups of us pick a number and spend 15 minutes? Or are we talking, what do we think we're talking about?
I think it will be, do you want to say anything about it, Sean, or should I just say as much? Okay. It really depends on what that agenda looks like in terms of how much time this is allotted. So I think based on our knowledge of how that agenda is being built will then impact how we would communicate with task force members. It'll be really a summary of your recommendations, more of just kind of a platform for increasing understanding about it. I think then it will be up to staff to coordinate with you all to assist you in building out that presentation and then figuring out who is saying what. We'll work with you all once we have clearer parameters around that. Yeah, go ahead, Leah.
Sorry. Will representatives from the governor's office Like, will representatives from the governor's office be at that meeting to hear the summary?
Council members will be there, the Strategic Growth Council members, and they are secretaries or representatives of executive level agencies. Otherwise, the governor's office is not represented at those council meetings.
Yeah, we typically don't have attendance from folks within the governor's office at the council meetings. So the SGC council is the 7 secretaries of state agencies and the 3 public members, but they're typically not in attendance.
There's not an opportunity to kind of, aside from handing a document, kind of present, represent, summarize, direct to the horse's mouth here.
Not in this setting necessarily. So that is something that we could look to explore. But that's the Strategic Growth Council, like I said, they're typically not in attendance at that meeting. Just to your other point about how long, I'm thinking, given the other items that we already have on the agenda, it would be around 30 minutes total for this.
So does it make sense to add to the next steps some kind of consideration of that kind of presentation that Leah suggested, where there would be staff from the governor's office present versus just handing them the report to read?
Q&A.
Yeah, okay. High-level summary and highlights and Q&A.
Am I hearing correctly that task force members, at least a subset of task force members, would be interested in presenting to governor's office staff? Am I hearing that?
There we go.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Thank you very much.
That sounds like the right thing. A legislative briefing. Is there any, what is the process for that?
Well, I think a legislative briefing is different from a presentation to the governor's office. So those are actually 2 different things.
Well, whichever one, I don't.
So what should I say? Well, we're going to look into this and reach out to task force members with opportunities to present to either in the form of legislative briefings or in the form of meeting with governor's office staff?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes.
Yeah,
do it.
That's your water, the tree.
Again, just wanting to not overcommit or commit to something that I can't follow through on. So certainly happy to look into that. There may be some distinction there, I think, in terms of what SGC can actively facilitate and what the task force of your own accord could go forward and, approach the governor's office or approach legislators or whatever it may be. But so just, I want to be clear about what that line is, but certainly willing to explore what we can.
Let us know what the rules are, right? So, but once we're done with the task force membership, was there any restrictions on our involvement in those kinds of things?
No, there are no restrictions on it, and you are empowered at any point in this process, as you have been, to, as an individual, move your work forward in whatever way you feel is appropriate. So you may at any point reach out to those members or to whoever. Let's go forward one more slide, if you will. I'm just wondering. So I do want to pause for a moment. I think there are, can I say my name? No, okay. I think there are a few other ideas that task force members expressed that they'd like to put into this moment to see what other kind of work might be done next. But just to finish out this bit of the conversation, then I'll pass it to task force members to see what else you all would like to put on the table today. Just noting the outreach plans. So we will go back and make sure we understand what the possibilities are for outreach as we just described to governor and to legislators. But also, our comms team is going to develop a media kit for you all. The next slide will actually give a bit more detail about that. We can just maybe hop there, Tessa, if you don't mind. Actually, no, there we go. the media kit that the comms team is hoping to put together. So this really is giving to you all resources to do the kind of outreach you just described as being interested in, as well as then getting it back into your communities, back into your organizations. So that will include a press release template, social media toolkit, talking points and key messages based on your report and your process, a very brief, like a one-pager that basically has a QR code, something so someone can learn more information, visual assets like the recording that we'll be building that video, including member contributed media. So please send us videos, photos, other things that you would like to have be part of the representation of your work, an FAQs document, and a contact sheet. So these are all part of the kit that the comms team is going to be working on for you all to deliver to you. Timeline, I'm not quite sure exactly how that will all align, but the good thing is we will be seeing you and we'll give you an update as of February 24th, if not delivering the whole thing to you before then. So you'll hear more then. You'll go back a bit, thank you. So we'll work with the comms team on developing that. We'll be developing a web version of your report and your associated materials so that people can access that easily online. And then we'll be developing and distributing tailored outreach materials, which will be the next slide, and we'll continue to present about your work and encourage you all and support you in presenting about your work. One quick note here, you'll see local assistance providers there. We're hoping to create some local assistance provider contracts so that people who are more directly involved with the communities that you all will also be, serving and bringing this report to can help to engage and return back to the communities that have been part of your process to make sure that they receive the final report. So we're hoping to set something up to support that work. Yeah, Thea, go ahead.
Can I just request that when we're developing those materials for outreach, because we might be going back to those who we talked to, that we also have developed an outline for how people can engage with the grant program that's going to be developed. So like a timeline and an estimate of when those sessions will be, so that it's not just about the report. There also still will be a grant program that we can also spread the word about. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. So making sure that that is a piece of this outreach puzzle. For that recommendation. If you will move forward one slide, please. Thank you. So those tailored report distribution materials, at this point, and this is really open for you all. This is what staff are proposing, but we do want to hear what you have to say. In addition to what else you want to put out there or you think might be important moving forward. One will be an around five-page report summary. You all know how long this is, so I think a sort of condensed version will be very important, and it will be the text that you all have approved, right? But thinking just about how to make sure that's in a bit more digestible, shorter format. We're thinking fact sheets that are really designed for very specific audiences. These are the audiences that we have identified so far as needing kind of a specific entry point into your report. And then we will be working on translation. At this point, we've been thinking about Spanish and Mandarin, but just want to confirm with everyone that that is appropriate. So I'm going to stop here and see whether anyone has any comments on these ideas on this slide, or anything I've said so far about our outreach plan. Yeah, Doria, go ahead.
So question, I'm assuming this also includes like a PDF available of the full report somewhere online. Yeah, just assuming, it's not written there, but I'm assuming it, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. You're right. It should say the full report. Yes, it will be both PDF and a web version, so it'll actually be embedded also online so that people could navigate.
And then selfishly, will task force members be able to get a printed copy?
Another good question. Let me turn that actually back to you and ask, to what extent are you imagining printed materials being important for you in your next steps of distribution? Because yes, we can support that. I'm not sure that we understand exactly what would be valuable for you all.
So for me, it would be nice to have. I would like to share it with the community that I work in. And, some people are good online, some people are not. So being able to actually have a copy that I can pass around to various people who I think having them read it would be influential.
Any other thoughts? Yeah, James, go ahead.
Just a request that we also translate it into like Hmong and Mien. Yeah. Or maybe not.
Go ahead, Ruth.
I think for translation into those two languages, high-level summaries, I mean, this is, two-page fact sheet actually would be great. Sometimes it's helpful to have it in those languages and English for reference. Maybe I can follow up on the more specific recommendations. Or actually short videos are nice too.
That sounds good. Go ahead.
Another request of including on the fact sheet also the next step with the grant program. While we're doing it, have it all in one place, very nice and easy for these audiences to know what's coming next.
Thank you.
Just thinking about the printed copies, happy to provide whatever you need. Just trying to, also noting that it's 108 pages, so I don't want to print off 10,000 copies perhaps. But if we could, we'll at least as a first step explore getting a sort of on-demand print option for that. And then as task force members have requests, we can get you the number that you need for that. Might be the best way to go there, if that makes sense.
Okay. 9,999. So, as task force members, as you identify like what you want printed, we'll develop a way that you can just make sure those requests come to us, and we'll be mailing those to you. And we will see you on February 24th. So actually, I would encourage everybody, and we'll email you to remind you this. But if you do, like Ruth, you mentioned you might have some other ideas, and so if you are thinking of this over the next month, anything you know you're going to need, we'll see you and we can just get you the hard copies of that, or we can at least start reviewing together. Any other thoughts here? Yeah, go ahead, Nelson.
Yeah, excuse me. There was one written comment since the last meeting. I think maybe outside of the scope directly, but I think it would be very useful for folks that are navigating the landscape, pun intended. But it was page 41, responding to section 5.1D, creation of a directory or portal of existing groups or organizations that provide lease support. Resources that support that, or one-pagers to help navigate that. And then I like the idea of the repository of information for equitable access, specifically, the multiple modes of communication, videos and training modules if there's capacity for that, but otherwise information for aspiring farmers, beginning farmers, and other land stewards to knowing their rights would be very critical, very important, as well as legal compliance frameworks and how to really navigate the land market and everything that comes with it in California. We have something packaged with that in some ways, more clearly expressed than that, but yeah.
I'm hearing kind of like a resource place online where people can go to find information like what you're just describing.
That and then like a one-pager printout would be good for us to distribute as well.
Okay.
Related to that, yeah.
We can do our best to start building out kind of what you just mentioned, Nelson, but then also welcome you all to tell staff what is valuable to the people that you work with that you'd like. Make sure that's represented there, included. Yeah, Alex. Oh, thank you. Alex was noting that Irene, you have your hand raised. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering, maybe it's what Nelson was saying, but for aspiring farmers or those hoping to transition to own their own farms, could something be sort of designed for that audience?
Thanks, Irene. So understanding that would be added to this list of specific audiences, right? Aspiring farmers, am I hearing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, yes, we can definitely add a note there.
Thank you.
Another thought I had was, you know, at different points in time, we've had different PowerPoints that were an overview of the recommendations. I wonder if we couldn't update that with the final recommendations and then share the PowerPoint, because then we could, if we ever wanted to, we could use that as a tool to share out what the report was without having to remake it all ourselves.
That's a great idea. We can make sure part of that media kit includes PowerPoint slides. Yeah, we can do that for you, definitely, Leah.
I second that, and that also brings up, I know that there are, and maybe you're going to cover this later, so feel free to push me off till then, but I know that there's some plans for some presentations at some conferences, and I recently got a request for a couple more, if I can add that to the list of appearances.
Yeah, and we would like to empower you all to represent the work you've done.
Yeah.
But also will continue to support you. So Leah, I'm not sure if you're thinking like a staff collaborative presentation or what, but we can figure out those specifics.
Staff collaboration, like
Or
those
just
slides, like
Yes,
things like that will
support you.
facilitate that. I know that the California Council of Land Trust Conference that's coming up could be a good place, because there's a lot of language around conservation and land trust that might be a good place for them to be aware of these recommendations.
Great.
And there's also a national, a Land Trust Alliance rally conference that's also currently accepting proposals. That one's not till like September or something. But that could be another place to kind of get a more national, I don't know how far we are willing to go with this roadshow, but, you know, a lot of people look to what California does, so.
Thank you. Yeah, if any of you know of these things or are planning to attend these things, we are very happy to support you with slides. Just reach out and we'll do what we can. Doria, go ahead.
So one thing that I think I mentioned, not publicly, but I really would like to bring the final report back to the CDFA and do a presentation. And I would suggest that we have a joint meeting of the Small Scale Producers Advisory Committee and the BIPOC Advisory Committee at the same time with the CDFA, like we recently did, to give the presentation of this report. You know, and maybe a couple of panels, one panel on the why, like why did we even do this? Not just the legislation, but the historical circumstances, and then presentation panel on the content of the report.
I'd like to second that recommendation. That's a really great idea.
Thank you. We'll explore that and we'll work with CDFA to get moving on that. I believe there's also a proposal that fellow task force members would like to make to you all. I think now is maybe a good moment to do it. So I believe I've worked through our intended, you know, outreach and response now that you have approved your report. But I think there's something else here. So I'll open it up now if there are other task force members who have more to share or say.
Yes. I think folks are aware that there was a press release this morning from the USDA about the work of the task force, and I guess I know we can't talk about it, like there's no agenda item here for this, but I'm curious to kind of gauge interest from the task force about maybe like drafting a letter of clarification, you know, correcting potential categorical inaccuracies, and actually sending that to the governor's office, because structurally that letter was addressed to the governor, not the SGC. So we couldn't, like, it doesn't make sense for us to submit, like, to have something go to the SGC, but it would to the governor. So I'd be in support of that if the rest of the task force is also.
Yeah, I'm in strong support of that, and that's a great strategy.
I'm in support of that as well. I think the timeline is probably fairly quick to turn that around and have it be timely. I'm not sure what the best process is, but I'm happy to contribute.
Yes. I have a quick process question, yeah, like, I guess this is one of those things where it's kind of on us, and then we'd just be passing that along to the SGC to get to the governor's office? Is that right, or? Because we don't actually know, like, we don't have, like, it, you know, a couple of times today, even, like, the task force can do this, but we don't have any administrative apparatus, right? So there's no, like, absent SGC support, would we, like, we don't even, like, do we have a letterhead? You know, it's just like there's some kind of fundamental questions I have about how we would get that to the governor without your support, but, or relaying, I don't know. But I hear what you said earlier about, like, the SGC can't be, like, a signatory or anything like that, but, yeah.
Still a task force, so we have Brown Act restrictions.
Backley Keene.
Yeah, well, geez, this thing is loud. Are you awake? Yeah, I think, yeah, some of this, we would need a bit of help with legal on that, just the specific mechanics of that, and, yeah, to me, I think this looks similar to other processes. SGC is certainly happy to provide, you know, the staff support that we can. I think authorship would obviously rest in the hands of the task force. In terms of the other mechanics of how that authorship would take place with a shared document, I think the options we would have available to us would be to delegate authority to do that to a single task force member, perhaps two at most. Otherwise, we'd need to convene a public meeting for discussion on that letter and all of that, so which we have until February. If that was something you wanted, but I think to your point, Ruth, about time is of the essence, then maybe that option is not as attractive.
Do you think timeliness is important? Okay, so it sounds like we don't need to motion or anything, but like the task force can take it upon ourselves to, I mean, this is the part that's confusing to me, is like, how do we communicate it without being in violation of Bagley Keene to do it?
Yeah.
I wanted to propose something like, ask a question too, like, can we submit something in addition to the report that's going to be submitted to the governor, like alongside? That maybe not directly to respond to USDA, but maybe to make sure that the mischaracterization doesn't happen, or like we can address it without being like specifically direct to Secretary Rollins or USDA in general. Or
yeah, I mean, what I'm recommending we do is send kind of a letter to the governor with like how we understand, you know, like what we've like kind of clarify miscategorizations, things like that, and send that up the governor, and then he can do with it what he wants, you know, like after that, but I don't think we should send anything to the USDA.
Right, no, for sure, I understand that. But like directly in response to this specifically, or just to address mischaracterization in general?
I just think to offer our clarifying.
Yeah.
To offer our clarifications from, the letter.
I agree with that.
Can we have a small subcommittee or work group or whatever those things are called?
I was just going to try to silver line this, and even though we might be disappointed in the communication gets us into the conversation. So perhaps an unintended consequence of this letter is that the task force is now more top of mind to the governor's office, and we could perhaps respond with something, I would suggest short and sweet, that almost kind of is an aperitif to the recommendations are about to come. You know? And it may be, no press is bad press or something, something like that. So I'm gonna just put a silver lining on it. We're part of the conversation, guys, don't you feel?
I do feel that we are part of the conversation.
You feel popular now?
such a procedural limbo right now.
Right.
Like,
Well, we motioned to have a subcommittee, yeah.
So the main questions which I don't have an answer for you right now, but can certainly get one as soon as possible, is just that the mechanics of how that letter is actually conveyed. So we can look into that. I don't know, Sarah, if you have anything on that now, or... Okay. Yep. Thought as much.
All right, what was the answer there?
It's a Bagley-Keene minefield, was the answer.
Sorry?
Minefield.
Okay.
Just noting that it's a difficult thing to move forward. What we could do, we are here together today. We are really nearing the end of this meeting. If there are members who now want to state what feels very important for you to pass along to the governor, that could be something you can share now. There are a few pathways forward. What staff can do is confirm those pathways, but I do think here in the meeting, what would have to be decided was whether the task force is authorizing one or two people to work on this and act by submitting this letter. And then another option had been, someone suggested a subcommittee meeting, noting you'd have to have at least 10 days for Bagley. You can't meet like next week because of, so you need at least 10 days before you could have a subcommittee meeting. But that is one other option. Yeah, Ruth, go ahead.
Yeah, never mind about the subcommittee. So, if today we authorize one or two Strategic Growth Council staff members, one of us, two of us, one or two of us to work on it, but then we can't talk to each other, right?
the two of them couldn't talk to anybody else.
So if you authorize one or two, it's like a working group, which you all are familiar with. So you could work on this letter, and this task force could decide we're okay with that working group submitting something on our behalf. What the question is that I believe we can do, but I can't commit fully that this is true, but staff could get anyone's feedback about this within a certain time frame, anonymize, consolidate all of that, and just make sure that the people who are authorized to write this letter are aware of general task force feedback on that item.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Because then everyone has input and two people are delegated to work on it. That could be done more rapidly, and then staff would be part of that process, right?
Sarah has something to say.
Yeah, we'd have to be really, really careful. I'm not entirely sure we can do that just because of the hub and spoke. We don't want to give any indication that the one or two folks that are writing it have consulted everyone else. So it would be such a degree of separation that I don't feel comfortable saying that works at this time. So figuring out the contours of that, and I apologize for the pending answer.
Even if those other tasks, so two people are delegated to do this, everyone else who's not writing the letter provides their feedback to staff, not to those two task force members. That's a separation, right? That's not a serial meeting or anything like that.
It depends, and it's about those members knowing the mindset of other members and having an idea of what feedback is that the public doesn't have access to in that case. Yeah.
So what are our options at this point?
It sounds like really the one thing that could be done clearly, and we will, confirm mechanisms. But I do think what could be said now is a possibility is this body authorizing one or two task force members to write a response. At this point, you all can share what you feel about that right now here. Make it short, whatever it is that you want to say. But authorizing those one or two task force members to submit a letter to the governor. That's really what we can say. And then the mechanics of that, staff would work directly with those authorized task force members. Does that make sense, everybody? Is this all? So we need to now hear from you all whether you want to pursue that option.
So James and Ruth, are you guys interested in writing this letter? Because I support that.
James and I have a question. Would we sign it from James and Ruth, or would we sign it from the task force? Or, like, how would that work?
I think we would need approval right now from the task force members who would like their names to be on that letter. Does that make sense? You'd basically be saying, I authorize James and Ruth to write a letter in response to the governor, or a letter to the governor. Sorry, I framed that incorrectly. And I would like my name on that letter. So I'm gonna make this really clear for the record. So I have Leah.
You probably need like verbal consent.
Chi.
We like.
Oh, do you wanna, well.
Do you want to support our own inclusion?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, she's just indicating Irene. She's Irene.
Do we need, can we use the sheets, or do we have to like say, I want to be on it? Do we need the like explicit verbal clarity?
It's not a formal action, so there's no kind of formal vote required,
okay.
yeah.
I have a question about this. So obviously, this letter we're talking about was made public, but not all letters to the governor are like posted. So how would we approach the actual sending of the letter? Would we be making it a public letter?
My personal opinion on this would be that we should just send a letter to the governor and not create a press release letter. Because absent SGC support, like we have no way to do a press release as the Land Equity Task Force. So I think it should just be a letter to the governor being like, here's what the task force thinks about this.
And since the letter from USDA went to the governor, we would be just informing the governor of our detailed response to the misinformation.
So a couple of quick feedback here.
Can maybe, Leah, you'd like to provide feedback on the letter for them. Let's actually first just maybe get that measure of support, and then Leah, I don't mean to cut you off. Okay, so what is on the table right now? And then I do think sharing any feedback you have is really critical right now in this public meeting. But I guess there's two questions here. Who would like to authorize James and Ruth to write this letter, and then who would like their name included in the list of task force members who are submitting this letter?
Do we need to have unanimous authorization?
I don't know the answer to that. Not a formal action, so I'm not really sure.
Majority, but.
Can I ask another question? So it's a little bit parallel. We were formed from a legislative act, right? The legislature. Shouldn't we also then speak to the legislature about the outcomes, considering that the legislature was the one that formed us, even though the governor received the letter? I imagine it'd be nice to, especially if we have allies within the legislature, for them to understand what we came up with, because the purport is not officially released and all this kind of stuff. I wonder if we shouldn't send to both at the same time. Or just one to the elected officials. State.
I mean, I totally hear what you're saying, and I agree it makes sense, but I also think that if we send it to the entire legislature, it will function like a press release,
Yeah.
which because then it's like going out to lots of people in offices versus just the governor's office.
I don't know how that process works and if that would happen. I am more in favor of the legislators than the governor because the governor is on his way out. And we really need to be speaking to the next governor, I think, than spending too much time on the current governor. So I feel strongly in support of what Doria suggested, at least in addition to, if not, focusing more on the legislators than the governor's office. Understand like the timeliness of what just happened today, but I think long term, our strategy is going to be more effective if we focus on who's going to be more likely to implement this long term.
In that case, rather than focusing on the letter, which is, you know, whatever the intent is that we establish for it, what about like the presentations we were talking about? That's talking in a more positive, like summaries of what we're presenting, you know, so those goals and recommendations can be forwarded. So maybe that's more effective.
I think those are two separate and important efforts.
Yeah.
Would it be okay to kind of consider those two separate things, the communication to the legislature as a longer term strategy and the communication to the governor, which is like in the next 5 days, I would say, kind of strategy to basically support the governor's office in being able to respond to this recent press release? I think that's a different thing than which I also agree the legislature is important.
I would love to talk to someone who understood more where the governor's office stands on our work before putting all of our eggs in that one basket. I think that we need a little bit of a strategy here, and I'm not sure this is the best one.
I think that's true. I think that's right. And I don't want to, what I can commit to is supporting drafting something for the governor in the next 5 days. Beyond that, I'd probably not. If it was like a bigger thing or like a letter going to I don't know, it just they feel a little apples and oranges. My thinking is just that I want to try to give our feedback on what is inaccurate about what went to the governor. Like that's why I think we should write this response letter to the governor is like, and frankly, if they read the report, they'll learn all of these things themselves too, that, you know, there's some incongruity between the press release and what is in the report. But I think of them as two different things that are both important.
So just last comment, and then I'm going to have to actually go because I have to catch a train. But I think that they could be two ways to do the same thing. I think that what we're trying to do is clarify and correct. I am sure that other people besides the governor's office read that letter. And so the minds that we need to correct are not just in the governor's office, but also the folks that may be wondering what the heck we've been up to and wondering if they still support our work. I feel like it's good to get that early and to speak for yourself and not let other people speak for you. And I think it's a moment of time, and there's just a little bit of language you could tweak in a letter to the governor that could be applied and sent to representatives, just reframing that the governor's office received such a letter and there were these inaccuracies and we want to correct these inaccuracies in these ways, as opposed to your office received a letter. And so I would highly, I want to vote for you all if you're willing to. Thank you so much to write such a letter. I'm going to vote for that as I leave. But I also want to highly encourage us to make a version that goes to folks that could be support our work, and help to make an atmosphere where the governor can support our work because he has that additional support.
I just think that's a press release, like, because then we'd want it to go to more than just the legislature, right? Like, we'd want it to go out to all the people who got, I mean, there's like, you know, articles in the Cron about it today. Like, should we send something to the Chronicle and be like, here's...
The only reason why it says legislators because they're the body that formed us.
Right.
And so if we can speak to the body that formed us to say, hey, you asked us to do this, we did this, and this is it, well, our work is being mischaracterized. I feel like that's an important thing to do.
Just real quick, the other strategy, I think, with the message to the governor is that the governor may then have enough information to craft a response as well, based on our feedback. So that could also help with the legislature if the governor chose to do that.
Lawrence, go ahead.
I'm going to brainstorm here. So the task, we're at a disadvantage. We were formed to write the report, and my initial response is let the report speak for itself. It's not even done. It just got finished like 45 minutes ago. Let that speak for itself. We have a glossary, we have maps, we have charts, but I think we're at a disadvantage to get into political battle. That's what the voters of California elected the governor for and their representatives. We are subject matter experts, but we're at a disadvantage as a task force to reply because of timing, because of funding, and compliance with what is it called? Bagley-Keene. We have our hands tied to get in a political battle as a task force. So I'm a little hesitant, and I'm also, I respect James and Ruth, but just as an individual, I'm a little hesitant about giving other folks a blank check on to use my name without me approving that. So that's just as an individual.
We would do a round of like, do you want to be a co-signer or not before we even wrote it, so you'd get to...
Okay, but I feel like we're at a disadvantage to get in, because when is it going to stop? What about the next letter? What about the 100 letters after that?
Just to clarify, we're proposing only to send a letter to the governor's office, not a public press release. So only the governor and the governor's office would see whatever we wrote and our names on it, or the task force name on it.
I think at this point, it sounds like the likelihood of this being from the full task force is we need to respect that there are differences of opinion here about whether this is a letter that should be sent. So I just confirmed with Doria on her way out that she would like this letter to be written by James and Ruth and would like her name on it. So I think it's just a matter now of getting consent from each member of this body, not to send this letter as the task force, but to send this letter from that James and Ruth will write and have your name be added to that letter. That's what you would be consenting to.
So
not everyone needs to do a subset of names. Kind of like the subcommittee, the AB 524 subcommittee. That was a subset of names of this body, and that was very clear in that letter. That was not every task force member. That was a subcommittee. So it would be a very similar kind of decision.
Well, to move things forward, I agree, and I nominate Ruth and James to write the letter. I do not feel comfortable putting my name on it until I read it, so I don't know. I have a question around process, and it's like going to be after today. If they can communicate with me just so I can read it, I don't know. It seems like that's not going to happen, so I don't want to put my name on it until I can read it. But I support Ruth, and I trust Ruth and James both to write that and submit that to the governor. And I think that's the most timeliness in what we need to prioritize right now. Second question is, when do we officially end as a task force? Is it January 1st or is it after the
February
25th? Okay.
At
So after
like 4
that, we
p.m.
could do a press release without worrying about BK and all that, if we wanted to, because we won't be.
I think we're just 13 people after that.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So, okay.
We were just investigating whether, task force members seeing the final letter before making a decision about whether their name should be added is not a possibility without another public meeting. So it would be, if you do want to add your name, it would be before you have seen the final letter. This would be the venue that, I know you don't have the letter in front of you, this would be where you would need to decide whether you're comfortable. So appreciate what you shared, Nelson. So at this point, I know, Leah, you had other comments you wanted to pass along, so I want to make sure you have the space for that. But I do think we need to get a measure of who at this point would like their name added to the letter that I believe Ruth and James will be writing. Yes. And there's no obligation. These are just as individuals. I see a hand up from Irene. Is that a comment, Irene, or are you adding your name?
I'm adding my name, but I guess I would also like to read it.
You will not be able to read the letter before it is complete. So if you are not comfortable adding your name without having read it, that is fine. So I will ask you to think about it and confirm, not having read the letter. Okay.
It's okay too. I just didn't know if that was an option to read it as well. Maybe I missed it. Thank you. But yeah, you can add my name.
Thank you.
And I think we can clarify, the letter, the content of the letter would be limited to factual corrections based on the material in the report. So if there's a claim made that contradicts the report, we would explain why the report does not say that and provide maybe examples or quotes or evidence or something like that. It would be basically like a fact check. This claim was made. This is what the report actually says. The government of California is not seizing anyone's land by force, for example. So I don't know. I think we'll keep it pretty neutral in terms of like just fact checking. I don't know if that increases comfort or not, but I would imagine it being very just fact-based, what's in the report versus what the claims were.
Is there anyone else here that would like to, at this point, add their name? And otherwise, Leah, if you would like to provide some more comments, now it's also a good time. Thank you. Well, I guess I'm just asking, please. Okay. I've noted Darlene, noted Leah. Okay, we can confirm when she comes in. Dorian, is that adding your name? Okay. Okay, a quick comment. Okay. Anyone else who would like at this time to add their name?
Support the letter, and I abstain from including my name. Thank you.
We were just getting confirmation from those who would like their name added to the letter. If you would like your name added to the letter. Yes, okay. Maybe you can repeat that list for me, Caleb, or.
Okay, just to confirm, I currently have Irene, Chi, Darlene, Leah, and obviously James and Ruth, and Doria.
Go ahead, Leah.
I would encourage the letter to be as short as possible, direct to the point, neutral, stating the facts but not getting too far into the weeds. I think that I just quickly scanned it. I think that all of the points made are pretty common points. I think the governor should be familiar with these arguments. They're being used commonly right now, so I don't think that we need to necessarily go out of our way to make a point that's being made over and over again with programs across the state. So I would use it more as an opportunity for a little PR about the recommendations, like we invite you to read the recommendations and learn for yourself. So I would have it be kind of like these recommendations are forthcoming. Drum up a little bit of excitement about it. Look, it's out in the news. Look how exciting it is. and please read and make judgments for yourself based on the facts. If you are going to go into any level of detail, I just would like to note that there is a sentence that is about Appendix B, and no, the statement is false. These are recommendations for all agricultural leases in California, not, quote, to benefit only certain others for racially discriminatory equity, in quotes. Thanks.
Are there any other expert comments on specific topic areas like that? That was really helpful.
Yeah, I just had a quick comment. I do believe this letter is meant to have a chilling effect on this whole entire process. And so I just want to reiterate that their recommendations are meant to go through a legislative process and through rigorous legal review. And I think just being able to say that, understanding that they're going through legal review is enough to just say, you know, that they're going to go through a process of due diligence and maybe not have to really entertain the claims, but understand that we understand there's process to passing legislature, and we acknowledge that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you all. Is there any further comment on this? I think we were reaching the end of our next steps agenda items, but just before moving back to slides and finishing the conversation, any further comment? All right. If you will, please, we already talked about that media kit. Oh, and I was going to put our new photo, but I didn't. That's what that hole is for. Soon you will see that new photo from today. Congratulations to all of you. I mean, really, like, these next steps are about getting your work out there.
I was confused. Yeah, you and I are wearing the same outfit.
Oh,
that's
but it's not green.
We won't put these next to each other in the report, everyone. I wanted to show you the road, how far you've come, but it turns out we're all just the same, wearing the same clothes.
That's really funny.
Uniform.
But really, very much. Congrats to you all for being here, and it's exciting. I think that's it. We're here. So first, I will ask for public comment on this agenda item, the next steps agenda item specific to this item. Once we conclude that public comment, we will have general public comment on any matter related to the task force. It looks like we do have one in-person public comment. Please come up this way and please introduce yourself.
Hi. Introduction. Jamie Fidelis with Cal Community Alliance with Family Farmers. I just wanted to offer our assistance in any forms of communication, press releases, letters to legislature or governor, or those kinds of like. So you're welcome to reach out to me individually with that kind of support, or really anything to promote the task force in your work. Those are things that we are very skilled and competent in, so happy to help in that way. That's all.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment online? It appears that we do. I believe Adam X, you are first. We will allow you to unmute.
Hi, everyone.
We hear you.
Good. Okay, so good afternoon. I'm Adam X, and I'm speaking today as an advocate, but also just as a community member and someone who's also allowed to engage in, I guess, political back and forth, but also someone who's been walking with Black farmers and land stewards across the state of California. So yeah, I want to directly address without hesitation the letter issued yesterday by USDA leadership that attempts to discredit and delegitimize this task force efforts. So let's be clear, the tone of that letter was disrespectful, and not only to the task force, but to tribal nations and to Black communities whose histories of dispossession and exclusion are well documented, government caused, and constitutionally recognized. To dismiss land return and land equity efforts as redistribution based on race, quote unquote, is not just inaccurate, it erases centuries of state-sponsored theft, forced removals, broken treaties, exclusion from federal land programs, and discriminatory lending practices, and it ignores the fact that the inequities we are addressing did not occur naturally. They were created through law and policy. And what was created through policy can be remediated and repaired through policy. This task force should not be intimidated, but should be prepared for legal attacks, and also prepared with the strongest constitutional foundation possible. The USDA's framing omits the actual constitutional context. 13th Amendment, Section 2 empowers Congress to eliminate the badges and incidents of slavery, which includes landlessness, coerced labor, and property exclusion. Programs repairing land loss among descendants of enslaved Africans fall directly under that authority. The 14th Amendment, Section 5, authorizes legislation and, by extension, state programs that enforce equal protection by correcting government-created inequities. This is affirmative repair, it's not discrimination. These amendments were not symbolic, they were written to restore rights, property rights, political rights, and economic independence that Black Americans and Native peoples were systematically denied. The USDA letter attempts to rewrite that history, and this task force must refuse to let that narrative stand. I urge you today to explicitly reaffirm the constitutional and historical grounding of goals 1 and 2, land return and the land restorative land fund. These are not radical ideas, they are remedial ideas based on justice. Second, continue to center the voices of tribal and Black communities who have repeatedly said through listening sessions and testimony that repair must include land, control, and long-term stewardship, not symbolic gestures. California has already taken historic steps with SB 518 and SB 437. Your recommendations are the next steps in what must become this generation's reconstruction. And reconstruction was never meant to be easy. It was meant to be just. Thank you all.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public online? Seeing none. Okay, thank you. So we'll conclude this agenda item, and our very last item will be general public comment. So first, noting if there's any general public comment in the room, none in the room. If there's any general public comment online. It looks like there is one public comment online.
Timu Martin, you should now be able to speak.
Peace and blessings, everyone. I'm Timu Asir Martin Bay, and I'm really speaking today as the president of Asir's Bridge, a regional leader in urban education, restorative land-based programming in SoCal, and I'm in full support of the task force recommendations, especially Goal 1, land return, and Goal 2, restorative land fund and education campaign today. And I know we already are past that, but I just want to briefly say I'm definitely speaking out against this letter. It's definitely disrespectful to the Black community, tribal communities, many communities. It's definitely dismissive of definitely things that we have already been through. You know, California has been spending the last years of the Equity Act, the 2020 Equity Report, many advisory committees, even the time it took to get to here to create this task force, and the time all the task force took to create the recommendations. This is a lot of years in the making, and it's definitely long overdue. I definitely want to second the 13th Amendment, Section 2, and the 14th Amendment, Section 5, that Adam spoke on earlier. And once again, these harms that were done to us they're not theoretical, they're not metaphorical, they were real. We were excluded from homestead acts, we were denied USDA loans. Tribes across the state were displaced, relocated, land titles invalidated by state and federal action. You know, the list goes on, right? So we're not fooled, we're not naive. We can see the narrative that's being constructed, but we are calling on you all, the task force, to continue to hold your ground, to work through it. And we are all prepared for opposition, and we're with you. We don't have fear, but we do have facts and we have law, and we all have a clarity of purpose. And this isn't about punishing anyone. This is about just continuing to build systems where exclusion once stood, and ensuring that all of our communities in California, which are underserved historically and present, have the infrastructure to steward land, build equity, and to continue to shape California's workforce, our land, our food, everything that comes with it. And it's not unconstitutional, it is overdue. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? General public comment. Seeing none. Okay, I'm going to share a quick thank you to you all before passing it to Chair Hawkins, just on behalf of all of the staff. It's been so wonderful to work alongside all of you, and we're really excited for what you have accomplished throughout your process and then here today, and excited about all those next steps that were outlined. And I will now pass it to Chair Hawkins to close out the meeting.
I second that motion. Maybe last time I say that. As we close, I want to take a moment to express my deep gratitude to each one of you. Reflecting on these past 2 years together, it's been an honor to work alongside such brilliant minds and caring hearts. People truly committed to addressing California's land inequity crisis with courage and creativity. I'm filled with a strong sense of pride for what we've built together, and I look forward towards collectively building a brighter, more equitable pathway forward that our efforts will make possible. Although we have now crossed the finish line, hey, give it up for yourselves for that. We made it. To submit it. Our work together as a task force, I know that our work together does not end here, but now our ideas emerge from the policy soil that we've cultivated together, and I'm excited to enjoy the fruit of our collective labor with you all moving forward. And with that said, everyone, please travel safely back home and keep the momentum strong when our efforts cross paths in the years ahead. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all.